All right, good morning, everyone. Yes, so my name is Opeyemi Praise. I am the convener of Valley Dreams, and it's been a great privilege working with fantastic people, and that's why we've been able to put this together. So first off, I want to say thank you to the team. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate you. And thank you to everyone that we've invited as well, our speakers, as they will be coming around. So thank you so much. So Femi, let's have my slides up so that we can kick off. Yeah. You can't hear me. Can you hear me louder now? Is it loud enough now? Please tell me when it's loud enough. Let me know if you can hear me now, guys. It's loud enough. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So can we have my slides up, Femi? All right, so very quickly, I'm going to be talking about the purpose, the vision of Valley Dreams, and this event. What do we want to achieve in this program today, and tomorrow as well? So it was born out of a desire and a passion for the Nigerian youth, really. So we thought that the best way to help people is to empower them. So my pastor would say that talking about NSAS. So of course, we all want what NSAS stands for. But one of the things that we found is that we need to be on the table where decisions are being made. You need to save yourself before you can save the nation. That's the truth. You need to be on the table where decisions of nations are being made before you can then contribute your own quota. So the idea really is that we want people to be empowered, that they can speak truth to power without deficiency in themselves, which is that if in themselves they are able and they are capable to throw their weight around to make changes. And that starts really from economic empowerment, which is that you have a job, you can feed yourself. You have access to people, your network, so that's exactly what we stand for, which is people need to be empowered before they then begin to take on national issues and all of that, So let me put it this way. The manager of a bank, the MD of a bank if he speaks to, say, if he's addressing a national issue, it carries more weight than some guy who can be shot on the road by a SARS operative. So that's the desire. Our desire is that we want people to be empowered so that can be able to empower the nation or take on national issues and all that. So the best way we think, one of the things we feel the Nigerian youth needs most at this point is that they need empowerment, they need jobs. So a lot of them have gone to school, they are smart. I remember when I was working in a telecom multinational that has that is operating in many countries. These guys actually respect Nigerians. They say it loudly that Nigerians are very smart. So I know that an average Nigerian youth is smart. Never mind what some people have said, an average Nigerian youth is smart. But what is missing is really the ability to, it's a different skill set getting jobs. And that is the thing. You've studied economics in school, you have made 2-1, even 2-2, it's a different skill set. It's a different thing you need to do to get those jobs. So that's what we mean by Employability Bootcamp, where we take you through the nitty-gritty of getting jobs, acing the interviews, writing your CV, How do you get international jobs? How do you access certain opportunities? Then we have mentors, some of which are on the calls already, who will then, after the event, begin to take you by the hand and help you navigate your way through getting those jobs. Some of them have industry-specific information, which is when this particular company recruits, when this happens, how to frame your CV if you're applying in this industry, so that's the holistic vision, right? So let's move to the next slide. So that's the idea generally behind Valley Dreams. So why did we come about? What spurred us to come about Valley Dreams? It came from a place of pain in itself, which is when I was in part 3 in 2006, I lost my dad, and I began to, everything that seemed like an advantage just faded away like that, like all of a sudden. I wasn't an exactly butty boy, but I had enough I never thought about when the next meal was going to come from, but now there was nothing, there was nobody, there was nothing to, so I've had to coast life alone, so, and it was a tough one, so then I decided that, okay, when I have small, so we don't want to wait until we are Bill Gates, we are Dangote before we start to help people. But trusting God that every one of us, we're going to be great in life, so we don't want to wait till that time. So what can we do now to reduce the pain of people, to show them the way, to show them how to navigate their way, in the path of destiny, in the path of getting jobs, in the path of what good is going to school without jobs, what glory is, having good grades without anything to do with it, So the idea really is that, we need to, before we advance the creating jobs, how do we even get those jobs that are available? The next slide. So what we think is that when people meet us, they should not be disadvantaged. They should, because no one should ever live life without having an advantage after meeting us. That's the idea behind Valley Dreams. The mentors, the people, those of us who are handling this, what we have decided is that when you meet us, you are met with opportunities. So we don't necessarily have jobs. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have the jobs, but what we have made up our mind to do is that we'll show you the way on how to get the jobs. And it is for free. We're doing this from a heart of giving back. If you know how much we have spent on this event already, and how much of time and creativity and intelligence of young professionals like us that have gone into this, how much of meetings that we've had, the cost of this meeting is so, I don't know if an average person can really pay for it, so that's what we have thrown ourselves into, that we will be able to provide that advantage that you need in life. So we're not God. We're just saying that human advantage to the extent that we can help you, right? So which is that we can provide hope, we can provide help, we can provide direction, we can provide the information. So you have to wait to the end. There's a particular information. Somebody just buzzed me. One random person just buzzed me, said, share this link in your ecosystem. Random person, never met him before. How he got my number, I don't know. I think he got it from the link from LinkedIn. I think my number, my emails, just said, share this in your ecosystem. So there are certain things that we may have access to that we have decided to open it up to the rest of the world as well, which is, certain information that we know, how that we know certain organization recruits, how that we know that you can frame your CV, how we know some CV will never fly. We never see the light of day. How we know that some people, they will look at one CV and they will not look it again. So they will look at the CV and say, no, this one would never, so, and it doesn't matter the qualification of that person. So what are we saying? We're saying that we have thrown ourselves into creating these opportunities that you must feel confident about your dreams, and you can get your dream jobs. You can get the jobs in the blue chip companies. You can get the job, international jobs. A lot of international companies are looking into Nigeria to recruit, so you can get those things. So how do you get those things? So that's exactly what we're here for. So we want to be that environment to incubate greatness, so that when you leave this meeting, you are confident that you can take the future by storm, because your dreams are valid, really. The next slide. So all your desires and your aspirations, you can achieve them. So how do we intend to achieve this? We have a number of programs. One of it is what we're currently doing, which is our Employability Bootcamp, which is it's a focus. The focus of this is to get your desired job and the opportunities that you want. So we take you through the boot camp, where you'll be taught certain skills that are apart from what you learned in classroom, and certain mindset as well, because it goes with the mindset. One of the things I'll be speaking about is dealing with entitlement mindset. A lot of young people get out of school and they just expect everything to fall on their lap like that, So we're going to be dealing with entitlement mindset, So how do you, activate those opportunities? How do you broaden your network? And one of the things we also be doing is we brought in people who can make hiring decision, which is people who are top in the organization, who can recommend you, who can say, okay, I know this guy, who can say, this guy, I think can have this opportunity. So that's another thing that we're doing. So if you have a friend, you can share the link, the Zoom link that you have that you used to join this meeting. Please share it around with your friends. You can share it anywhere, throw it around, throw it in WhatsApp group, tell somebody about it, that something is happening that they need to be part of. Please do that right now, as I'm talking to you. I'll give you 2 minutes to do that. Please go share the Zoom link, share with people. You can put hashtag valid dreams apart from the link so that the link is not messed up. You should share with someone. Let's get more people to join in. A number of people have joined already. I mean, the number is increasing in exponentially, so which is interesting. So yeah. So the Employability Bootcamp is with a focus on getting jobs, training you on how to write CVs, on how to ace interviews, on some industry-specific information. And then we will also then hand you over to mentors who have industry-specific information, like how do you get jobs in consulting? We have a number of consulting people on this group. How do you get job in the consulting industry? How do you get job? We have a lot of finance people as well. We have top-notch people in finance. We have directors from banks, from big banks. We have, chiefs, executive of banks that we can network with. So they can provide you with industry-specific information. They can provide you with the programs that they have in their company as well. They can recommend you if you have a mentored and you are someone that we can put our stamp on, right? So that's another thing, So then we have the pre-employment mentoring. Like I said, after the Employability Bootcamp, then we go to the mentoring part of it, which is that we're teaching you nitty-gritty. You follow up with somebody. There's somebody that you have access to that will then, you can then share your CV with. Please let me review this CV. Please, do you have information about it in the industry? Do you know someone in this company I'm about to apply to? And all of that. So you will have a mentor. A number of you will be assigned to a particular mentor that will be feeding you with information that you need and all that in different sectors. And they can recommend you after that. So then you have the early career. So on mentoring, we are going to have a full-blown presentation about that. Somebody's going to take you through how to onboard our mentoring system. So it's a very robust one. And it is something that we know that, can meet up with standards across the globe, right? So we have people who are going to take you through the nitty-gritty of how to onboard the mentoring program. So in this program, in this 2-day program, I think tomorrow or something. Yeah. So then we have the early career mentoring as well. So after you've gotten your job, we have somebody, even us, we're under mentoring, all of us. Under mentoring, there are certain people that will come to us and talk to us about certain things. Even recently, a friend of mine, one of the mentors on this program, we had a conversation that sounded like a peer-to-peer mentoring, right? So he was having issues, was tired of his company, he's a top notch, he's a star in the company, but he is tired. You can imagine everybody's looking at you and saying, again, you're again, but in your mind, you're feeling like, man, I don't want to keep doing this thing, or what is the next level for my life? So I just told him, and of course, a lot of people, and then the workload was now increasing. I advised him, I said, do an analysis, put a number to this thing, share with your boss, and tell them what exactly is happening as regards the workload. And don't let your attitude change, because your new job is going to come from how you manage this experience. So those are information, rare things that we'll talk about, peer-to-peer mentoring, right? So those are conversations that you have in the early career mentoring. But our focus right now is with the pre-employability bootcamp, which we are currently having, and then the pre-employment mentoring, which will follow up immediately after this. So let's go to the next one. So the next slide, please. Mr. Farole. Okay, so if you want to know more about Valley Dreams, go to www.valleydreams.ng. So we're just a bunch of professionals who are crazy about giving back. We have CEOs of startups here. We have managers in consulting firm. We have consultants to big banks. We have lots of people. We have achievers. In our own way, we have achieved a number of things. Life is in stages. So we feel that we can pull more people up to help them to achieve their dreams as well. So that's this. So we believe in the Nigerian dream. We believe that every Nigerian can be comfortable living in Nigeria. So we are not against Japa. So if you want to leave, you can leave. And we don't have any issue with you leaving the country, right? So we're just saying that while you are in this Nigeria, you can eat the good of the land. You can be a blessing. You can be blessed. You don't have to leave Nigeria, beaten and battered, and you are leaving Nigeria because you can't win in Nigeria. You get so that's the mindset we don't have. So yeah, and if you have to leave Nigeria for other important things that you want to do your masters, you got a better job, for reasons that you feel resonate with you, yeah, that's fine. So we are not against jackpotting. So you can jackpot. We're just saying that while you are in Nigeria, you can take advantage of the opportunities that there are in Nigeria. And let me tell you this, there are opportunities in Nigeria. There are jobs every day. In fact, let me tell you this. My friend keep buzzing me every day that they need this role filled and they don't have the skill set. So maybe also because people are everybody who has the skill set have jackpot. Maybe because of that as well. But we're saying this, that you can take advantage of the opportunities around you, So yeah, so we believe the best way to liberate Nigeria from the hold of corruption and poverty is by liberating the individual. So we feel that the best way that Nigeria can be transformed is by that transformation happening in different epicenters. So it's not just, so one of the biggest mistakes that we make in the country is that we think there is one Messiah, one massive Buhari or Osinbajo or Tinubu or some big politician that is going to appear on the scene and will just change a lot of Nigerian, boom, So I don't believe that's going to happen. So I believe that each person, every man and woman will be great in themselves, and then Nigeria will be great. So in your space, you are making things happen, So that's what we believe. So we have fantastic team. There are a lot of us. We're about 15 or 16 or 17. Not a lot of us are, working on this thing together, right? So I'm a very, very privileged person to be leading these great people, achievers in their own space, So it's an opportunity that we have. Also, we consider ourselves opportune to do this and throw this out there as well. So we consider you great people. Like I was telling someone, I said, even if it's one person that will attend this event, we'll pour ourselves out like it's 1 million people who is on the call. And why? Because we don't know how far people will go in life. You might just be talking to the next president or to the next UN president, to the next big bank MD. So that's the idea. So we have decided to throw ourselves all out to help people get their desired jobs. achieve their desired dreams and all of that. So the next slide, if I still have any, but I think I've touched on everything that I need to touch on. So if you want to know more about Valley Dream, just go to www.valleydreams.ng and that will be it, right? So I think I can do, Mr. Femi, can I do the introduction? Can I introduce the next person? So the next person is Mr. Mayowa Ojo. Okay, you want to say something? Mr. Femi, you can go ahead.
Please introduce the next person.
Oh, okay, great. So the next person is Mr. Mayowa Ojo. He works with Sterling Bank. So I work with Sterling Bank as well. So he work with Sterling Bank is it's someone that I know can do. I've worked with him directly before on a project, and he's a great guy. So he's going to be taking us through the art of CV writing. How to write CV, the nitty-gritty of writing a winning CV. So if I were you, I'll have my CV close by, and be noting those things. If possible, even be making those corrections in real time. So he's someone that I know will do justice to the topic. He's a great guy. He's my friend. So please, I don't know how you're going to clap. I think there's an electronic way to clap. So please put your hands together for Mr. Mayowa, glorious Ojo, all the way. Thank you, guys. Bye. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Ope. Please let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. Let me try to go to the chat to see if everyone can hear me. All right. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So if you can hear me loud and clear, just let me know. Drop a chat. Let me see the buzz on the chat room. Good morning, everyone. I see Toby, Onyechi, I see Utman, I see Abidin, I see Oyele Conchinon. So, okay, so I'm good and I'm clear. All right. So let me just try to share my screen so that we can get going. All right. Okay, so I may not be able to share my screen.
Your screen is live. Please continue.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, so just go ahead. All right, thank you, everyone. So my name is Mayowa Ojo, and today I'll be talking about CV writing, and I have two assignments here. First, to show you what or tell you what a CV should be, everything that pertains to a CV. But the second assignment that I have is to also stir some conversations in your mind, and to change some patterns, all right, just so that you have more understanding about selling yourself. So it's two things in one. So first about CV, then the second about selling yourself. Very, very important. Okay, so please, the person projecting my slide, is it possible for this to be full screen? Just so that it looks bigger from here. If it's not possible, I'll go ahead. Just let me know so that we can begin.
It is full screen from my hand. I'm not sure why you
can
full screen. Yes. Can we see that full screen, everyone? Just drop a chat.
Still see.
It's not full screen here.
Okay. So let's get started. I said CV writing. Not, but I think I can manage this.
Yeah, it's full screen now.
It's full screen now. Please continue.
So all right, I think I'm back. Let me know if you can hear me. I think I lost connection for a bit.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now? All right. Please, can I go ahead? Sorry, I think I lost connection for a bit. I had to switch my internet. Can I go ahead, please?
Please continue.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so let's get started. So I said today, the art of CV writing, a creative approach to selling yourself. All right. And for this session, I want us to see ourselves as artists. It's very, very important and very, very critical. And you understand why I'm saying this as I move on. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the way I see a CV, right? I tell people that a CV is an applicant's billboard. And what is the job of a billboard, all right? The job of a billboard is to advertise, all right? The job of a billboard is to sell. The job of a billboard is to show people, all right, a product, show people a solution. Maybe show people a process, right? Why you need of a billboard. So as someone who is applying for a job, or you want to get into the job market, even as an entrepreneur, right? You need to have a billboard. You need to show people who you are. You need to tell people that, look at me, I'm the best hire. Look at me, I'm the person that you need for that role. Look at me, I'm the best person to chart the course for this company. Look at me, I'm the best person to take this company to the next level. Look at me, I'm the best person to achieve what you really want to achieve. And so as an applicant, someone who's looking for a job, I tell people that your CV is a billboard. And so the billboard will tell people, is this the best hire, or she or he is going to be a wrong purchase? All right. So that's very, very important. So that's why I tell people, best hire or wrong purchase. Your billboard will determine if people will see you as the best hire or if people will see you as a wrong purchase. All right, next slide, please. So I think I have an activity for everyone here. All right, so quickly, I want you to you can jot on your phones, you could scrabble a paper and a pen, and I want you to do these 4 things. Now, I said there are no right or wrong answers here, so please don't don't try to get everything right, because you most likely will not. However, I want everyone to find a way to put these things down. So number 1, like I said, there are no right or wrong answers. Number 1, highlight your skills and interests. Number 2, note down your relevant experiences. Number 3, state your accomplishments. Number 4, what's your career goal, objective, or statement, or personal profile? Just write. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Let me see my time to write this down. Just write it down. We're going to come back to it later. So number 1, highlight your skills and interests. Whatever it is that you feel, whatever skill that you feel you have, just highlight it. Number 2, note down relevant experiences. Whatever relevant experiences mean to you, write it down. Number 3, state your accomplishment. If you feel that, oh, you drank 3 bottles of water the night before, and that's an accomplishment, just write it down. Number 4, what's your career goal or objective? So let me give you another 30 seconds to do that. All right, 20 more seconds. All right, 10 more seconds. All right, all right, all right. All right, 10 more seconds. We need to move, we need to move. So again, highlight your skills and interests, note down your relevant experiences, state your accomplishments, what's your career goal. All right, 5 more seconds. All right, I purposely gave time for this because it's really, really important. All right, okay. 1 more second. All right, that's it. So highlight your skills and interests, note down your relevant experiences, state your accomplishments, what's your career goal objective. Remember I said that a CV is an applicant's billboard. A billboard will show why I should purchase that product or why I shouldn't. All right, so am I a best hire or am I a wrong purchase? So let's get into it. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so because this is a CV writing class, I mean, not so much of an advanced level, I purposely put the basis, right? But they are going to work. When you apply these principles and you apply these things that I am going to be sharing with you, you are going to see a massive difference. All right, so just stay with me. It's pretty much a journey. All right, so the first thing I want to talk about are the contents of your CV. What should be on your CV? All right, first things first, your contact information. You just have to have your contact information, your email address, your phone number, and your address. All right, that has to be on your CV. Very, very important. Number 2, your career goal, objective, or statement. Now, I always start to tell people to be very, very careful with this one because you don't want to put so much information and it looks like an essay. It's not an essay, right? It's just a short description about yourself. And a lot of focus is career. It could be a personal statement, it could be a profile statement, it could be your career ambition, your career goal, just something simple. 2-line, 1 statement, 2 statements at the most will do. Something very, very short and precise. It helps, right? And so I know some recruiters, you know, as against going through all the contents of your CV first, they just look at that statement and they could tell the kind of person that you are. So that's very important. All right, so your career goal, objective, or statement, education and qualification. What school did you attend? So for undergraduate, you can start with your secondary school, and then tertiary institution or fresh graduates. For those that are a bit more experienced, maybe you have masters, it's fine if you leave out your secondary school, tertiary, your secondary school. So you could just go straight to tertiary, so university, college, or master's, your education and qualification. All right, what qualifications do you have? Are you certified? Are you a product manager? Are you certified a project manager? What exams have you taken? Certifications that you have to back it up. It's important that you have it there, all right, because we want people, you want people to, rather, you want the recruiters to tell and to just oppose your education, your qualification, and your experience. Number 4 is skills and experience. What skills do you have? All right, the experience that you have. Because I know that I'm speaking to largely fresh graduates and undergraduates, you may not have a lot of work experience yet, but there's a way you can put whatever experience that you have on paper and it looks good and it looks convincing. And we're going to talk about that. Number 5, awards and affiliations, awards recognition. So you won awards, maybe you are you were elected as a president or a student association or something, you can also write that down. That's just a good one for you. All right, it's your word, you want it. It's not someone else's, right? It's yours. So you can put that as well. If you're affiliated to a student organization, you can put them down as well. And all of that. Number 6 are job-related extracurricular activities. Now, for professionals or people that are experienced, so if there are other experiences outside your job that you do, so for example, maybe you volunteer in a club, or you have some social responsibilities that you do, or you know the other things that you do aside that are in a way relevant to the job or to the role that you're applying for, or really just speaks highly of you, you can put that down. For students, undergraduate or fresh graduates, extracurricular activities, if you're involved in a speaking club in school, if you're involved with JCI, if you're involved with ISEC, if you're involved with student organization, if you're involved with the faculty in your, that's the governing body in your faculty or your department, even if you're a class rep, whatever extracurricular activity that you have, please, you have to put it on paper. It's very, very important. So let me just run through it again. Number 1, your contact information. Number 2, your career goal, objective, or statement or personal profile. Number 3, education and qualification. Number 4, your skills and experiences. Number 5, awards and affiliation. And number 6, job-related extracurricular activities. So these 6 things are critical, all right, for your CV. They honestly, they make the crux of the CV, of the billboard as an artist that you're going to have. Next slide, please. All right, so moving on to more content. So I put some areas that I want everyone to pay attention to. All right, so the first one are workshops, seminars, and related programs. As an undergraduate, I remember in my undergraduate days, I went to a lot of workshops, I went to a lot of seminars, I went to a lot of programs. Now, I am not going to put all those programs, all right, in my CV now, because I mean, I'm an experienced hire, all right? But for undergraduate and fresh graduates, you may want to put 1 or 2 that really stand out, especially when it relates to the role that you're applying or the job that you're applying to. So, for example, I remember I went for a workshop, I went for a seminar on project management, right? I think in my year 2 University of Lagos. All right, so in my CV as a fresh graduate, after I finished school, when I did my CV, I put it there that there was a seminar I went for project management, all right, because it was a good skill, all right, to have. I wasn't a project manager as a then, but I had gone to the seminar, so I had a basic understanding of what project management was. So it was important for me to show that, all right, to tell the recruiters or to tell those who are in attendance that, see, I've gone for a seminar or workshop, and in some way, I have an understanding of what project management is all about. That it just paints my billboard in a special way, all right? So all my peers may not have gone for that seminar, or they may have gone for it and not put it on their CV, but I put it on my CV, and that just shows, all right, that I have something going for me, all right? It's just a tweak in perspective of the recruiter or the person that is reviewing and looking at your CV. Just a shift. All right, number 2, internship and work study programs. This is extremely critical. You just have to put your internship. You just have to put your work study program.
Yes, so I'm guessing maybe Mayowa is having a glitch with the internet. So let's just give him some time to.
All right, I think I'm back. Let me know if you can hear me.
You're back. Oh, great. We can hear you now.
Sorry. All right, please let me know where I stopped. Where you stopped hearing me.
Yeah, you added something in your CV. Was a spike for you. It shows you have something going.
All right. Okay, so so let me continue with internship. Okay, I see someone saying internship. Okay, that's good. All right, so internship. So I said you just have to put your internship experience. Okay, so I'll share a story that I studied architecture in the University of Lagos, but I never practiced architecture. But in my year 3, there's something called I think CWS internship, IT, right? You know that, where you have to go, and intern somewhere, I think for a year, so it was throughout the year. So I interned at an architectural firm, architecture and engineering firm, and my God, Jesus Christ, it was hell because I had to be drawing things. I didn't like drawing and all of that, but I put that on my CV. All right, it helped because it was an experience. It may not be valid for what I'm doing currently now as a product manager, but as a then, because I was a fresh graduate, it was an experience. It was a work experience, so it had to be there. And so I put it there, and I put some of the things that I did. All right, and that just kept me in a good light. So your internship, your work study programs, and when I was in school as well, industrial training. Yeah, thank you. I just said that in the chat. I was involved with ISEC, a student organization, a youth-run organization, and they did a lot of exchange programs where you have to travel to other countries and work for a period of time. I never traveled, but those who did, I ensured that they put it on their CV. All right, and that really, really helped them. Some of them are working in multinationals today because of that experience that they had, and they made it to reflect on their billboard, on their CV. All right, so the next one is service, learning, and volunteer experience. This is extremely crucial. Right now in the world today, employers are not just looking for people who want a paycheck. All right, employers are looking for people who would work towards the bigger vision, who work towards enriching life, who work towards impacting the society. And so if you have an experience that validates that, you have to show it on your CV. If you volunteered at a program, or you volunteered to help the less privileged, or you volunteered to organize an event, right, a big event, a small event, whatever it is, it has to be on your CV. If you rendered a service as a volunteer, it has to be on your CV. Whatever it is, see, even if what you did was to arrange chairs at the event, all right, do not put arrange chairs. Of course, don't put arrange chairs on your CV, but you can say something like, I assisted in organizing an event that had 4,000 people in participation, or 4,000 people in attendance, or I assisted in organizing an event end to end with all the processes catered for, or I was the program coordinator, I was the events manager. All right, you can just put it in a nice way. All right, you don't have to put arranging chairs, so that we don't think that we are looking for opportunities to arrange more chairs. But the idea is, you rendered a service, you were a volunteer, so you want to show people. All right, you want to put it on your billboard that, see, I have served, I have rendered a service, I have volunteered, I have given my time, I have given my energy to a cause to impact life and to make the society a better place. Employers are looking for that. They're not just looking for people who will run away with a paycheck every month. It's very, very crucial. If you have a volunteer experience, please put it on your CV. It's very, very important. And the last one is personal and religious work rules. So I put it because of the context of Nigeria. So I know that in Nigerian universities, religious activities is at a particular level. So we have fellowships for Christians, and we have gatherings for Muslims. All right. So if you were involved in a religious organization and you held a position, please you have to put it there. Now, also you want to be careful the way you put it, the words. All right. So if, for example, you were the leader, you were the pastor, or you were the imam, all right, you don't just want to put, I was preaching every day, all right, because it may not correlate to the job that you're applying for, or it may be a turn off for the company you're applying to, or for what you want to get on your with your CV. All right. If you're an imam, if you say maybe reading the Quran to everyone on Friday, it may be good. It depends on if you are on the job that you're applying for, what you're applying for. But if it really doesn't correlate with what they're applying for, don't put it that way. What you can do is to say that I led, all right, I inspired, all right, students, to achieve this and to achieve that, all right. So one way that you inspired was preaching. One way that you inspired was reading the Quran, right? So you don't have to put it there. Just couch it in a lovely manner. You're not lying, all right, all right. You're just telling people what you did, and you're telling a unique story. Very, very important. So let me just run through this: workshop, seminars, related programs, internship and work study programs, service learning and volunteer experiences, personal and religious work roles. So these are major areas to pay attention to, especially for undergraduates and fresh graduates. Next slide, please. All right, so let's get into it. All right, so functional CV outline for an experienced professional. So let me just run through. So for an experienced professional, this is what it should look like: your name, your address, your telephone number, your email address, personal profile, your career achievements, in order of impact. Very, very important. I prefer you start with the most impactful. Start with the most impactful. So as people are reading it, they can go from top to bottom, as against putting the most impactful at the bottom. All right, put it at the top. Very, very important. Number two, key skills and objectives. Key skills and objectives. Number four, this is number 7, employment details. Date specific up to 15 years. Number 5, sorry. Number 8, education, qualification, personal development, training, interest, and hobbies. So let me just run through: name, address, telephone number, email address, personal profile, career achievements, in order of impact, key skills and abilities, employment details, education, qualification, interest, and hobbies. So these are the things that are important, that like an outline for an experienced professional. Next slide, please. So let's look at what a student or an undergraduate or fresh graduate look like. It's similar, but just with a few. All right. Yeah, just a few changes. So for student CV, undergraduate or fresh graduate, your name, address, phone number, email address, these are contact details, very important. Please, your email address, please keep it professional. Now, if you have any email address like this, mayowa@sexy.gmail.com, mayowa there's this word at Black Beauty, mayowa at Macho Man. These are just funny things. Please just take it out. All right. It's not professional. A professional email should have your name, maybe numbers. All right. So that let me tell you the trick. The trick to keeping your email address professional. If I have, okay, so I'm reviewing CVs, right? I've done lots of work in HR, so I'm reviewing. When I review CVs and I see a good CV, I also want to come back to it. So if you give me an email address that is funny, I can't remember. I want to tie your email address to your name. So let it carry your name. My email address is mayowaojo94@gmail.com or mayowagloriousojo@gmail.com. It's easy for an employer to remember my email address and tie it to my name. So if you have an email address that says Shady Beauty or manchohandsome@gmail.com and your name is Usman Banjoko, it's so difficult for me to remember Usman Banjoko in the email address, because when I'm sieving through the recruitment management system or my ATS, that's the applicant tracking system, I want to remember those email addresses and tie it to a name. So please let your email address be professional. Use your name, and if you have to use 1 or 2 numbers, go ahead, but please use your name for your email address. So if you have funny email address, Shady Beauty, Black Beauty, Handsome Yellow, remove it now. All right, that email address is dead. It has come to an end. I have killed that email address. So go and remove it from your CV now. You are Shady Beauty, yes, we know. You are beautiful, handsome, yes, we know. You are macho man, yes, we know. But please don't put it on your CV. All right, so let me run. Your date of birth, personal profile, very, very important. Work, study, internship, and volunteer experience. All right, next slide. All right, I'm getting into the thick of it. I'm so excited. I just love to teach. When I teach, I'm really excited. Okay, so I've said all that I've said. Please, can you back up the slide? Just back up the slide yeah, back it up to the content. The next one. All right, back it up. Okay, all right. So let us read through these are the contents. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I just want people to feed their eyes. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right. So I also want to tell me, with everything that I have said, is this a good CV or it's not a good CV. If it's a good CV, say yes. No, if it's a good CV, say yay. If it's not a good CV, say nay. If it's a good CV, say yes. If it's not a good CV, say no. With everything I have said, is this a good CV or it's not a good CV? All right, so let me check the chat room. All right, I'm saying yes, it is. I see nay, which both of them, they're all in the same category. Is this a good CV? It's not a good CV. I see good, I see nay, I see nope. Yeah, thank you for that. Nope. I see yeah. All right, so next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, so this is no, not this one, the previous one, All right, so this is not a good CV. All right, it's almost a good CV, but it's not. And I will explain why I said it's not a good CV. All right, sorry about that. So Sunday has basic information. I can see his name, his date of birth, but the education, all right, I can see that. Work experience, I can see that. Skills, I can see that. Hobbies, I can see that. All right, but it's funny looking. If you are a recruiter, if you see this CV, you may not want to look at it because it looks funny. Remember what I said in the beginning, that I have two jobs here today. My assignment here is to, number one, I want to tell you what a CV should be, what it looks like, the content. But number two, I'm taking you on a journey and I want to change and I want to inspire and I want to trigger certain conversations in your mind. I want to change your perspective and the way you think and the way you see things. So this is not a good CV, and I will explain as I go on. It has basic details. It has some of those things we talked about. If you look at Floyd has a profile, Floyd has an email address, but even look at the email address, it looks funny. But Floyd has a career history, skills, and all of that, but it really just looks funny. So in terms of the contents, it's good in terms of the contents. All right. Some things are even funny. So, for example, worked in a bar serving drinks for people, worked on a farm with chickens and more animals. It looks funny, but those basic outlines are there. I can see name, I can see contact information, I can see work experience, I can see skills, I can see hobbies. All right. So those details are there in terms of the outline. But you can see drinking, clubbing, and interest in chat rooms. You shouldn't put that on your CV. But the outline, the hobbies, the skills, work experience, education, name, good. But in totality, it's not good. Now, let us go to the next slide. Is this a good CV? All right, so chat room, is this a good CV? Yeah, nay, no, yeah. Is this a good CV? Guys, let's get the ball rolling. Yes, I see yes, I see yes, I see yes. I see yes, I think so. Woo! I see yes. All right, next slide. Next slide, please. I hope you guys are getting something. Yeah, so this is a good CV. No, the one before this. Next slide, please. The one before this, sorry. Yeah, so this is a good CV. I love the CV. So if you look at it, it has the outlines, contact, experience, education, skills. Some even put references. It has those outlines. If you look at Henry Wood, it has those outlines. All right, and it looks good. It looks clean. I like what I see. Don't you like what you see? Right. So this is an upgrade from what you saw before. All right. So please don't focus on the content in terms of the writing. All right. These are just dummy data. All right. John Joe data, but it looks like a good one. All right. It looks better than what we saw before. All right. So can you go back to the previous slide? Let us just oppose the one before. So this is where I'm coming from. All right. So next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is it. So this looks better. Leave it here. Thank you. All right, so this looks good. All right, so I can see the basic information. I can see a name. I can see a role. I can see a contact information. I can see a profile. I can see education. I can see our skills. I can see our words. I can see our experiences. This really looks good. And so as a recruiter, as an employee, as an employer, as I see this, I'm like, okay, I think this person knows what she is doing, or this person knows what he's doing. So Sophia Okeke said, it is so interesting to read. Yes, that's what I wanted to get you to. It is so interesting to read. All right, so because those are dummy data, I decided to, and because I know that a lot of us may not have the skill now to be able to have the kind of CV that I put initially. All right, that's the fine one, but you get the hang of it very, very soon. So let's move to the next slide. So I wanted to use a real data. All right, so you guys decide, is this a good CV or it's not a good CV? This is my CV, rather, this was the CV I did, I think 2019. All right, now I know a lot better now. All right, so I'll show you the upgrade to what my CV looks like now. But this is what my CV looked like in 2019. So that's 2 years ago, right? So tell me, is this a good CV? Not a good CV. Not a good CV. Martha Emmanuel, come on, say it's not a good CV now. Did I try? It's 2019, but I know better now. There's too much to read. I'll get tired. That's Clementa. I love you. I love that feedback. It's too worthy, right? He had too many words. It's choked. Too much content. Looks like a book. Entering my eyes. The information is too much. Fantastic. You guys are so smart. You guys are so smart. Too busy. So you guys have gotten what I wanted to achieve with it. So it's not a good CV. It's semi-good, right? Semi-bad. However, I want you guys to focus on the outline. So it has all those outline. It has my name, it has my contact information, my education, my skill, my work history, all right, my trainings, my interests, and my references available on request, all right. It has everything. Now, before now, so because you guys have been exposed to good CVs, before now, if I'd asked you guys, is it a good CV? Say, yeah, it's really good. But more exposure has come. Your perspective has changed. Guys, I'm doing something to your brain. I'm doing something to your mindset, and we are almost there. We are almost there. We are almost there. So I want you to stay with me. All right. Yeah, I'll be taking questions soon. Abdul Malik says it's too clumsy. God, I feel hot. I feel hot. Next slide, please. Let us go away from this. All right, guys. But I'm glad that you get the gist. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to give you guys pro tips now. What makes your CV stands out? Get your notepads. It's time for the interesting and the juicy stuff. Number one, your CV must be clean and clear. Let recruiters have a sense of who you are at the first glance. Just like the fine CVs we saw. When they see your CV, let them have an idea of who you are. Once they see your personal profile, once they see your name, once they see your skills, it just pops out to them. Okay, I think this guy knows what he's doing. This guy may be a good fit. So it gives them more interest to now read more on your CV. But if it's so clumsy, if it has too much words, I'm like, please let's move to the next one. It doesn't have so much colors. Because see, we are human beings. We are biological beings. Our brain processes at the speed of seconds. So I don't need 1 minute to decide if I want to look at your CV. 1 second is enough time as a recruiter, as an employee. Once it's too clumsy, it's difficult for me to read. The brain sent the CV sends a signal to my brain in my neurological patterns, neurological patterns in my brain to say, it's too much, I can't deal with this now. Move on to the next CV. You've lost a job opening. You've lost a job opportunity. So you want to make it clean and clear. Number 3, you want to show results and outputs. Show highlights of your results, work outputs, and accomplishments. Number 4, numbers and figures. Display numbers, all right, and figures. It will put you forward as a productive hire. And number 4, storytelling. Tell a unique story with your words, the outline and flow on your CV. So number 1, clean and clear. It has to be very clean. It has to be very clear. Number 2, show results and output. Number 4, put numbers and figure. Number 3, put numbers and figure. Number 4, tell a story. Please let us go back to my former CV. All right, the clumsy CV. All right, I want to show you something. All right, so guys, I know it's clumsy and all of that, but look at some of the things. Now, look at the numbers. Look at onboarding officer, talent acquisition, HCM, Sterling Bank PLC, May 2018 to February 2019. If you look at the third line, see my numbers, implemented a new onboarding structure, which led to a 90% onboarding success rate and a significant increase in employee experience. I am putting the impact on my process, on what I did. So I'm not just putting, I was the onboarding officer, I onboarded people. What did I do? What was the outcome? What result did I achieve? Are there numbers to back it up, right? If you look at the first one, Digital Transformation Officer, HCM, February 2019 to date. If you look at the last line, implemented the adoption of the bank's application tracking system, ATS, which reduced the paper-based recruitment process by 85%. I'm putting figures, I'm putting number. This is the story of the impact that I made. All right. If you look at the second The second point on the first one, assisted in the first phase project delivery and adoption of HC Hub and HC Chatbot, which resulted in a decrease in HC manual processes by 50%. Once a recruiter sees these figures and numbers, he can relate to it. All right, because at the end of the day, I'm speaking to the bottom line. All right, so if you can see the way I couch and the way I put these wordings, all right, they are very, very important, very, very critical. And this put me forward. I did not lie about this. These were all the things that I did. Some of the things that I did, I didn't even put it everything because, of course, I can't put everything. And personally, I'm a fan of a one-pager CV. If you're an undergraduate or a fresh graduate, I don't think your CV should be more than 2 pages. It shouldn't be. Personal opinion, I may be wrong. My CV, I want my CV to always be 1 page, at most 2 pages. All right, very, very important for me. It just gives a sense of organization. All right, I can display information that is important. All right, and at the same time not bore people. All right, so let's move to the next slide. All right, I hope you guys got that. All right, so next slide. Leave it here. I said I was going to take you guys. Go back, please. Go back to Beyond CV. All right, so I'm done with everything on CVs, but I found something, and I want to show you guys or give a case for Beyond CV, a case for portfolio and story writing. Now, starting off as an undergraduate, as a fresh graduate, I've given you guys tips, I've given you guys contents of a CV. If you abide by those principles and if you do those things, trust me, your CV will look good, right? Your CV will attract the eyes of employers. Your CV will attract the eyes of collaborators and stakeholders because it will stand you out. And if you follow those things, simple, not clumsy, has all the details and information, you will sell yourself good. However, you can go beyond the CV. All right, and I'm saying this is a kit for portfolio and storytelling. Now, I am in love with storytelling. I do it for fun. I do it for work. I infuse storytelling into everything that I do, and I apply the principles of design thinking. All right, this is a CV class. All right, so I can't delve into that. But like I said, the second assignment that I have here to do is to change your perspective and give you great exposure. So what I want to show you in the next couple of slides is my portfolio. What I did for myself. These are things that I did for myself, and I put this together by myself with myself using PowerPoint. So you don't have to be a developer to do this. You don't have to be a pro. You don't have to be a designer to do this for yourself. You can do this for yourself. So what should a portfolio contain? It should contain the impact of your work. It should contain what you have done, and it should show representation of what you have done and what you can do. That is all. That's what your portfolio shows. And tell a unique story with it. It's simple. All right. So this is not the crux of my presentation today. I just want to expose your mind. All right. So please don't put yourself under pressure to do this for yourself. I just want to expose your mind and make you begin to think in a certain way. All right. So let us move to the next slide. All right. I'm almost done with my presentation. Got disconnected. Hold on 1 minute. All right. So I said my work glorious. All right. I'm created works and cool stuff I have done. All right. This was the landing page. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right. Introduction. This is not just a portfolio. It's a story of my work, the things I've done, and the impact I've made. Simple. All right. This was the introduction. Next slide, please. I need to run through this. I'm done. All right. This is basically about myself, about me. Next slide, please. I just want to show people the flow. Next slide, please. All right, my skills. Next slide, please. All right, so for me, these are the three, the one before this. For me, these are the things that are critical to me, or this is my career path. It is intersection of people, tech, and design. Move on, please. All right, move on. All right, so people, for me, team leadership, these are the things I've done. Move on. Next slide, please. Right, in tech, these are the things I've done. So I'm currently a product manager. All right, so the next one, I think next one should be design. All right, so these are the things that I have done, all right, things that I'm doing. All right, so next slide, please. All right, and this was the end and a call to action. Now, what you just saw is like 5% of the entire portfolio. The entire portfolio is more robust. I think I put it on LinkedIn or something. So you can go on LinkedIn to just look at the flow and see the story that I told. I told a unique story about myself, the work I've done, and the impact I've made. I just brought this just to show you guys basic understanding and just to expose your mind. So begin to think about portfolio, begin to think about telling your story. You may not achieve it now because you're an undergraduate, but in 2-3 years from now, you should be getting into this because the world has moved beyond just a CV. The world has moved to portfolio. The world has moved to creative CV. All right. So your CV can be in form of a video. Your CV can be in form of a project that you did. All right. So I don't want us to just limit our minds to CV. CV is good, are very, very important, critical, even here and now. All right. But very, very soon, we may be seeing an end to the era of CVs, and people may be moving towards the portfolio, towards video CVs, towards the works that you have done online, so that you can tell a unique story and show the world what you can do and what you're currently doing. All right, so I think I'm done and I'm ready to take questions now. So next slide, I think that's the end. I'm ready to take questions now.
Okay,
so like show the questions at me.
Okay, that's awesome, Mayowa. So like how many minutes do we give you to take questions? Because the next speaker is waiting.
Sorry. I think I've exhausted my time. So you guys, whatever you say, whatever time, I can just answer one or two questions. So
let's just give you 3 minutes. So by 10:20, right, Madam Yinka will come up here. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll take the questions as quick as possible.
Please stop me. All right. So if you have any question, anyone, question.
Mayowa, there are questions already open. So I'll just ask them as quick as possible.
All right.
You have a minute to respond.
I can't see any question here. So I don't know.
I'll read them to you. Don't worry.
They're allowed to.
Is that fine?
I don't know.
Mayowa, can you hear me? I don't think Mayowa can hear me. Can anybody hear me? Can you just drop a comment?
I can hear both of you. I don't know why.
Okay. I think Mayowa is sort of frozen for a bit.
Let's wait for Mayowa a bit. What do we do?
Okay, welcome back, Mayowa. So can you hear me? Can you switch off your video? So I'm going to switch your video off for a bit so that we can manage the bandwidth from your hand. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. So I have 4 questions here, and I want you to answer every of those in 2 minutes. So I'll read them. I just want you to 2 lines and we move on. Is that okay?
Femi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm back now. I think it's stable now.
So two minutes to answer all these questions. I'm going to read them.
Okay, so just give us I can see them. I can see them. So it's fast. I can see them. Abdul Malik says, "Good morning, Sama. In writing a good CV, what's the difference between CV from a resume?" Okay, there are a whole lot of deliberations about this, but from what I've gathered, CV and resume is the same thing. So I think resume is English or British. That's UK, and CV. So one is for the other. UK, just like you have a UK word spelled differently in US, right? So that's my own understanding of it, because you can use a resume and a CV interchangeably. All right, I may be wrong, but that's the way I see it. Now, I think the difference is a cover letter. A cover letter is not a CV, it's not a resume. A cover letter is basically an introduction about who you are and why you're the best fit for the job and the impact that you make on that job. That's the crux of a cover letter, all right? So sometimes people ask for cover letter and CV, cover letter and resume. So I think that is pretty much the same thing. Anonymous says, isn't it possible for someone to lie in their CV about their experience, or do recruiters really go back to check or confirm details? If you lie, you'll be caught. You'll be caught in the interview stage. If you pass the interview stage, you'll be caught in the first month of your work experience. If you pass the first month of your work experience, you'll be caught in the third month of your work experience. If you lie, you'll be caught. It's simple as that, because it's going to show. If you cannot do the work, it's going to show in your performance. It's pretty simple. So don't lie. Can you please share the PowerPoint on your portfolio? The presentation of that PowerPoint is so fast. All right, so go to LinkedIn. My name is Mayowa Glorious on LinkedIn. If you go to my LinkedIn profile, I'd attach the full portfolio there. You can download and look at it. How important is the addition of referencing the CV? It's not important. Just put available on request. Right? You don't really need to put it. If they request for it, then you can show them. First of all, thank you so much, Maya, for this exposure. I'm a recruiter, and this has actually helped me improve my work. I want to ask how can I as a recruiter widen my search for talent leverage on technology? That conversation. I've left HR. Please reach out to me on LinkedIn. Let's talk about that. How does one make up or create a good CV when one doesn't have experience? Okay, there are online apps that can help you. I've forgotten some of these apps that can help you online, but I do my work from scratch. I use PowerPoint a lot, but for you, you may not be that skilled. But if you go online and just search for free apps to do my CV, you're going to see it online. So you just put information and to produce a really nice looking CV. Just go on Google and just have free sites for CV. Just some you pay, some is free. It gives you really nice one. But for me, I don't really like it because they may not give me what I want. I just have eye taste, and because I know how to do it from scratch. That's all. What should we do? What should we do if we don't have enough story to tell or what we have done? Tell the ones that you have, all right? If you don't have enough stories, fine. Start with the ones that you have and tell it very, very well. That is fine. Your CV doesn't have to be a orange page. If it's a one-pager CV that works, that tells a unique story, that is clean and clear, that shows numbers, that shows everything that should be there, your billboard is good. Should we always bolden the important things in our CV? You're talking about aesthetics now. Yes and no. Yes, because it depends on the outline. It depends on your flow. It depends on the way your CV is. All right. No, because if it's distorted or if it makes it look clumsy, then remove it. So it's that yes or no. It can work and it cannot work. But you decide when you see it to say, this doesn't look fine. This looks fine. So it's not so much of a major issue. Should we always put in important things? All right, so I think I'm done. That's pretty fast. Let me see the chat if there are any questions on the chat. Let me know if there are any questions I didn't cover, but I think I've covered most of this question. Thank you so much, guys.
You have done justice.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayowa. That was some great time right there. Thank you very much. Please, guys, can you just give Mayowa some applaud? And you just let's just give him some accolades. Like they say, you deserve some accolades. All right, thank you. So our next speaker is Mrs. Yinka. She's a partner at Udoma. I met Madam Yinka when we had a training at Side Business School, University of Oxford on fintech, and from then I've kept that relationship. She's an amazing big sister, and she has a big heart for people, and that's why she's here to tell us some exciting things that we need about our career. So essential ingredients for career growth. Thank you, madam. You're welcome. Do you want me to share your slides, or you will share from your hand, whichever works with you?
Please share. Please share. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Mayowa, fantastic presentation. Thank you. I really enjoyed that. So hopefully we'll get started. I want us to start, please, with the questions, with the poll. Are we able to start with the poll? Now, whilst they're putting that up, I'll just say, hi, everyone. So whilst they are putting that up, I'll just say that in relation to advice, there is so much advice out there. This is what you should do. This is how you should work. There's so many quotes, so many inspirational quotes, and they conflict with each other. And sometimes it's hard to know what to do. So I've asked these questions. I've got 3 quotes that I found. And I've decided that anytime we have to do something in the office, say, oh, let's play a game, let's do whatever. They always say, let's do 2 truths and a lie. I'm sure you all know 2 truths and a lie. So 2 of the quotes I would say are true, and 2 are a lie. Sorry, and 1 is a lie. Are we able to upload the poll? Okay.
Not yet. Give it a minute, ma.
All right. Okay, so it's coming up, or I should continue with the presentation and you do it later? I want to know what you mean by not yet.
I think you should continue. We'll get it help
It's
later.
coming up. Just a minute.
Coming up now.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So these are quotes. I'd like, from your experience, for you to vote on which one you think is a lie, which one you think is, to be fair, all of them are partly true and partly not true, if you like, depending on your viewpoint. Well, which one do you think is least true? That's what I would like to know. Because once you start work, and I understand that you're all undergraduates, I am a lawyer, but I am a commercial lawyer, so my work cuts across a lot of different sectors. You advise people in different sectors in different ways. Okay, so here we are. So which of these quotes do you think, or if you don't know, which one do you think I think is a lie? Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Hard work is more important than talent. If you compare yourself with others, you'll become vain or bitter. So which one? Are people voting? I hear some people are professionals. Yes, I learned a lot from them. I certainly think that's the case. I learned a lot from Mayowa myself. So I think this is useful anyway. So are people able to vote?
Yes, they're voting already. We have 53 already voted and still counting.
Please vote. And I'd also be interested in the chat for you to put in why you think that is the case. That would be good. That would be useful. So please keep voting and let's see. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Hard work is more important than talent. If you compare yourself with others, you'll become vain or bitter. And I'm sure you have all heard these quotes before. So please say why you think these things are a lie. I've seen somebody has already given a view in relation to theirs. Okay, have we got most people voted?
63% has voted.
Please vote
65.
quickly. Please vote quickly. We don't have a lot of time. I want us to quickly do this and then talk about, very briefly about it before we move on to the rest of the presentation. I think we may need to stop it now so that I can see what people think. Otherwise, we might waste too much time.
Okay, 70% done. I think we can stop. So I'm ending the poll now.
In the poll.
Don't share the results. Oh, good.
Great. Now, I don't know whether, thanks for the results. Hard work is more important than talent. Only a few people think that's not true. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter. A few more think that's not true. Do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. A lot of you think that's not true. That's the lie. I have to admit, I think that's the lie as well. But that certainly my daughter doesn't think that. And I know that many people believe that to be true. And I guess there are ways in which it is true. If you love what you do, then you may not feel you still have to work very hard. So working hard, that's not true. You have to work hard. But you may not feel the same tension as you would, obviously, if you're unhappy in your role. Hard work is more important than talent. I think that's very true. You see examples of it every day. I think maybe when you are in primary school, maybe even early secondary school, that might be true. You see some people that are incredibly talented and doing very well without seeming to have to work hard. But I think in the workplace and as you get older, that becomes less true. I've seen somebody says you end up doing something you don't love and you end up loving it. That's actually a big point that I want to come to in relation to this presentation. A big point. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain or bitter because there's always going to be people that are better than you. No matter how fantastic you are, if you are honest with yourself and you compare yourself to others, there will be people who are better than you. And there'll also be people who are not better than you, who you are better than. And so either you can become vain, thinking, wow, I'm fantastic, or you can become depressed that I can never be as good as this person. And none of that is particularly helpful. But of course, you do need to benchmark against people. Sometimes it's helpful. It's helpful in encouraging you to do more. So I'm going to move on to the slides, and I'm hoping I'm going to talk about a few more of these things as I go through. Can we move to the slides, please? Okay. Okay. So the slides are starting. So in this presentation, because I only have about 25 minutes, I'm told, I'm going to try and go quite quickly through. I'm not going to touch on absolutely everything on every slide. If there is anything that I don't touch on and you particularly want me to, then please just ask in the Q&A, and then I'll try and do so when we recap at the end. All right, so next slide, please. So it says here, 7 essential elements. Career success, the combination of achieving a reasonable level of work, financial stability, and the work that you enjoy and find fulfilling. You know, there's been a lot of focus. We can move to the next slide. There's been a lot of focus recently on your mental health, and it's important. When I was graduating, there wasn't that focus on mental health and balance. I think that that is an important thing, and I think one has to have it at the back of their mind. But it also does not mean you don't push yourself. It also does not mean that you don't work hard. It also does not mean that you close at 5 every day. But it means that you find that balance. But you need to give your all to the work. And when somebody said something about starting a job that maybe you don't love, and you start, and then later you find you love it. I think that's so true. I see it all the time, and I'm sure you have examples of it in your lives, where maybe there's a course you're not particularly good at, you find difficult. I don't know, French, a language, for example, and you work very hard at it. And as you work harder at it, you get better at it. And as you get better at it, you enjoy it more. So sometimes for some people, the reason why they say they enjoy something is because they find it easy. It's because it's not such a big challenge. But you need to challenge yourself. And you'll find that maybe some of these things, give it a chance, some of these things you think you don't love, you may actually end up loving. When I went into university to study law, I did it because I just had no idea what else to do. And when I did that, I found that I really enjoyed it. And I grew in it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the practice of law. I enjoy advising clients. I don't enjoy particularly, it's not because I enjoy research. Some people say, oh, I enjoy research. I don't know that I enjoy research. But I enjoy knowledge, but I certainly enjoy problem solving. I would say it's that aspect that I enjoy the most. So next slide. So as you go, but at the same time, my younger sister studied law, and she wanted to study law. I didn't. She wanted to study law, but she started the law and she hated it. And she moved on and she does branding and all sorts of exciting things now, but she doesn't do law. So sometimes as well, and that kind of answers this question, know where you want to go. And I've put here or not, because it's easy to say that everybody should know what they want to do. You know, you should have a plan. You should have a 5-year plan. You should have a 10-year plan. You should know where your career is going. And it's nice. Some people do, but some people don't. And that's also okay. But you need to know what you can know. You may not know professionally, this is what I want to do, but you may know professionally, this is what I like. I like I said, problem solving. I like problem solving. I may not know that I'm exactly going to be problem solving in this path, but you at least appreciate the things that you are excited about, the things that you feel fulfilled when you do. Those are the things that you should be looking for. Now, even Mayowa on the previous call said that he was an architect, but he's moved into something else. But I'm sure that some of the things, some of the skills, some of the things he learned as an architect, some of the things that drew him or attracted him to architecture are things that have now attracted him to what he does now. So, and you know, everybody says now as well that, look, there are jobs that exist now that we didn't know about 10 years ago. And so there are going to be jobs in 10 years' time that we don't know about now. So it's a lot about skills. And I want people to, whilst I want you to have a plan, I want you to be flexible in that plan. I don't want you to feel that you failed if you change the plan, or if you develop the plan, or you deviate or you find that you're doing something that isn't exactly what you thought you would be doing, but hopefully using the same skills and with the same excitement as the things that you wanted to do previously. I think also when you're job hunting, sometimes we can panic. If you accept the very first job, or you accept something that you don't think that you will find fulfilling because you don't want to be without a job. And I understand that. And but I think there needs to be balance. And sometimes perhaps it's easier once you have the first job to then think a little bit more clearly about exactly what you want to do. But then don't accept everything. Look and see what your interests are, what your skills are, where you think you will grow or where you want to grow. And look at that when you're looking at job opportunities and jobs that are on offer. And think outside of the, I studied law, so I must be a lawyer. There's so much that you can do. There's compliance. There's so many other things that you can do that's not straight law. Even me now that I studied law, I haven't been to court. I haven't been into the court at least in 10 years. And in my 25 years of practice, I've been to court maybe 10 times. And all of those were in connection with mergers and acquisitions, not in relation to which are very, it's a very specific type of application that you make in court. And you can actually even make in chambers, not in open court. So those are the only times I've been to court. So don't also have a blinkered view on what a particular profession means. Okay, so here you are, look at what my areas of interest, what are my motivations, key strengths, choose your career path accordingly. Next slide, please. So know where you are now, where you're getting started. This for me, I think that people often actually, new graduates, young professionals, are in a hurry to get to the next stage of their career. They want the more money, more recognition, more acclamation, all of those things, which is understandable. But there's some value that as a young associate you bring to an organization, or a young professional you bring to a place of work or a business that you may not bring when you're older. So don't undervalue what you have now. Don't undervalue your ability now. You are probably, if we talk about research that I've mentioned, you're probably better able to research for longer, to focus than maybe when you are older, when you're in your 40s. Your attention span may reduce at that stage. You are better, you can work for longer hours, you're fitter, you are more exciting and excitable. You haven't seen it all. You don't think you know it all. You are not narrow in your views, you're innovative. These are all amazing skills that you can bring to the organization. Don't undervalue it. Don't think I just here to absorb. Let me just listen and be quiet. No, you have something to add. You have some value to give. Clearly, you have to know how to give it, because older African and Nigerian people, there's a special skill to how you talk to them and get your point across. But certainly, I think that you have a lot to give, and that you should go to an organization looking at how you can do that, looking at making suggestions. I think you can see things, particularly if maybe in your organization and you're not the person speaking and other people are speaking and you're listening and you're just the person there taking notes. Sometimes you can hear more than the person that's speaking. The person that's speaking is also thinking about how they will respond to the next question, whether whether what they've said has gone well, etc. And sometimes they're not fully listening to everybody else in the room. You can do that. And so you're able to work with your colleagues and say, look, you know what, somebody made this point. I don't think we've addressed it. Maybe we go back and address it later. Or maybe it's actually something we need to think about. So there's a value that you add. And it's very important for me that young people actually understand the value that they have in relation to that. Okay. So it's here, be honest with yourself about how much you know. Sometimes when people come with their CVs or to interviews, I'm going to come here and I'm going to change this organization. And I am, you can oversell yourself sometimes. But at the same time, I think you can undersell yourselves in relation to other things. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this one I put Mohamed Salah. I was tempted to put the Nigerian AFCON team. And what I wanted to say here is that, honestly, your past success or past failure doesn't dictate what will happen next. So you have people that have had a first class absolutely everywhere they've been. They've did really well in secondary school, in their WAEC, they've done well at university, all of that. They've got first class, and you have your 2-2 or your whatever it is, or your third, or whatever it is that you have. It does not mean that they're going to progress quicker or faster, quicker or further in their careers because of that. So you cannot rely on that. Sometimes people rely on the successes of their past, and that's why I talk about the Nigerian football team. They were, as you all know, they were the top team in the first round, in the knockout round, in the group round. And they met the team that was the least successful qualifier. And yet, when they met head to head, the team that was the least successful prevailed. And it was funny because even prior to that, I'd been saying that, you know what, some of these teams are slow starters. They're slow starters, and as the competition progresses, they improve. And that can be individuals as well, can be slow starters. As work life and competition increases, as you move ahead, you can improve. So don't believe that where you're coming from or your past results dictates how successful you're going to be. Don't believe that. Know that you can do anything, so long as you stick to it, put your mind to it, and work hard. So that's what this slide is about. Next slide, please. Okay, be coachable. Certainly be coachable. Anywhere that you go, anywhere that you work, even if it's not your ideal place of work, even if it's not your ideal career path, there are things that you will learn in that place that will hold you in good stead somewhere else. So always make sure that you learn what you can where you are. Keep your mind open, listen. And I've talked to you about listening in meetings. I've had, you know, junior people in my meetings, that most junior person, not even sitting at the table, maybe they're sitting at the back. But what they've learned, what they've heard, what they come back and tell you is great value. So just know that the value that you're adding is real. Honestly, don't let anybody tell you it isn't. The value that you're adding is, the value that you can add, maybe that's what I should say. The value that you can add is real. So don't let anybody tell you that it's not, and make sure that you add that value. Honestly, it'll hold you in good stead. I remember going to a meeting once. I was a relatively junior professional, and I'd been asked to prepare slides for my boss. And he had been in Abuja all week. We were meeting with a regulator, and I had prepared his slides. I met him in Abuja 2 hours before the meeting. Said, these are the slides. Let me talk you through it. He goes, it's too late. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. I'm going to be able to understand what you've done, your thinking, your research, blah, blah, blah. You do the presentation. So we went before the DG of the place, and I was there with my boss, with senior bankers, etc. And I was the one making the presentation, and I was a junior person. But because I'd done the research, I could do it. Because I hadn't thought, well, it's not really me. Let me just put something together for this person. At the end of the day, I was able to do it. And then somebody that happened to be at that meeting happened to see me, gave me another opportunity in a different area. It's a different story, but gave me another opportunity in a different area. So again, you never know where you'll be seen. Just make sure that you are prepared. Don't think that I don't like this thing, so I'm just going to tread water here, just manage it until I find something new. Yes, of course, look for something new if it's not for you. But there's so much you can learn there. Accept positive and negative feedback. Think about it, use it, because again, it's for you. The person that gave it to you may have given it to you with the best of intentions. They may not even have given it to you for the best of intentions. But either way, you can use it to improve. Next slide, please. All right. So I have here, be committed. Spend time to learn your job. Be committed. work hard, work long hours. I know that people say that nowadays there's a sense that you should work smart, that, you know, because of work-life balance, your office shouldn't steal your soul in terms of work. And I agree, of course, there has to be a balance. But also there's a time when, if there's a time that you can work hard, it's now. Honestly, it's now. Is it at 50 and 60 that you want to be working, you know, your fingers to the bone? Now is the time to do it and to achieve as much as you can in a short period of time. So whilst I agree that obviously there is a balance in everything, it's the time to work hard. I look at people, I've met a young person who got a job at Goldman Sachs and was complaining that at Goldman Sachs, even though the money was amazing, they were working all hours. That they made it so comfortable, you didn't even go home. They had somewhere for you to sleep, they had somewhere for you to do your laundry, they had somewhere, and the work was very hard. And the person was a new graduate and was saying, look, they wanted to leave. And I said, you know, it's funny, and if you can manage it. So one thing as well about work, and one thing somebody had told me before, is sometimes it's not about the money. There can be the job with the highest pay, but it's not for you. Not everybody can do it. You can't work under that pressure. You know that's not you. You can't work those long hours. You know that's not you. So to the extent that you can, you need to work as hard as you can whilst you're young, because it gets harder. And then also it gets more complicated. Later, you may have children. You may have other obligations. You may have aged parents. You may have other things that are pressure. You may have rent to pay. You may, when you're starting out, be living at home, for example. So you haven't got the additional pressure in relation to money. So you shouldn't necessarily allow yourself in your first job to be driven by money. Allow yourself to be driven by what you can learn and what you can do. And also how you can enhance your CV. So for example, as I was talking about this person that was at Goldman Sachs, I said to them, I said, look, you know, work hard now. You're 24 or 25. Work hard now. Because so that you have it on your CV. You'll always have it on your CV. You worked at Goldman Sachs. You'll always have everything that you learned there. Maybe you'll go on to somewhere else later, but you'll have it. I said there are people that I know or I've heard of who leave their jobs at 35, 40 to go and do an MBA in the hope that they'll get into a Goldman Sachs at that stage. You're already there now. So I know that a lot of people believe that when they get into work, honestly, work is a different kettle of fish. The same way university is a different kettle of fish from secondary school. It's an entirely different kettle of fish. So you need to, when you start work, you need to understand that you will have to work hard. You'll have to work with people in a different type of a way from how you've had to work with people before. You will have to unlearn some things that you have learned. You will have to change the way you do certain things. You'll have to fit in with the office culture. Lots of things that you have to do. But you have to be committed. You have to spend time to learn your job, like a sculptor that it says here. You have to give attention to detail. That's very, very important. As you go older, reading, so for me, I'm a commercial lawyer. You read, sometimes you have 100-page documents. Let me tell you, it was easier for me to read 100-page documents when I was in my 20s than it is for me to focus and read a 100-page document now. And sometimes you're given jobs that are routine. They seem boring. You went into law because you wanted to do, you know, some big litigation case and you wanted the glamour. And somebody has told you now to go and review, you know, a list of 10,000 people and look at, you know, or 1,000 people and look at each person's, I don't know, some detail. And it's boring. But, you know, I think that if you are diligent in the small things, it teaches a self-discipline. It teaches a certain level of self-discipline that you need in the workplace. So it's boring, yes, but make the decision, I'm going to do this thing well. Strive for excellence. This small thing that I've been asked to do, I'm going to do it well. The supervisor or whoever, they will hopefully notice. If they don't notice the first time, don't give up. They don't notice the second time, don't give up. They will know, and you will know, because they'll start trusting you with more. Some people are not vocal, and I know people like feedback. So some people would want the person to say, well done, you did a good job. You may have a supervisor that's not going to say, well done, you did a good job. But you will see over time that that person is trusting you with more. They're asking your opinion, things like that. Please take that from some people. Ask for feedback, but know that some people aren't able to give it, and try and be discerning yourself and tell from the way they interact with you whether they're happy with you or not. Be reliable. Honestly, reliability, I think, that was one of the first things I think I learned. That struck me when I was working. I thought that, and as I'm sure many of you will, I thought that I was brilliant. I thought that the office was lucky to have me. I was committed. I was doing a lot of work. I was all of these things. And somebody said to me, and it was, I wanted to travel for some personal matter, and I was going to go for maybe about 3 months. And someone said to me, they said, oh, okay, fine. But they said, I'm just reminding you that no matter how brilliant you are, if you're not available, if you cannot be relied on, if your supervisor can't say, okay, let me take on this work because I know Yinka will be here to support me, then you might as well not be that brilliant. They'll go with the next most brilliant person, if that person is more reliable. So if you're always taking sick days off, if you are always late, if you're always making excuses, all of those things, no matter how brilliant you are, all of those things are going to undermine you and have a negative impact on your career and your career path. So please be reliable. And as I've said, young people and junior associates are there to help organizations to innovate, make suggestions, look at ways to do things that might be different. Don't necessarily insist. They can be very small changes, but you are there. It's not the 60-year-old boss necessarily that will be driving innovation. So this is part of your role. Again, going back to the point that don't think because I'm a young person, I don't have as much to give. You have absolutely a big role to play. You may not know the business inside out as maybe the senior people do, but there's a lot that you have to give. Thank you. Yes, next slide. So here, take action. So these are about personal responsibility here. Again, be diligent. Be interested in your own career. Don't think that because you are the most junior person, there aren't things that you can do to enhance your career, your CV, your profile. That's why I like LinkedIn. And LinkedIn is not the only one, but I just give that as an example because it's a professional platform. But here, you need to be aware that you can actually increase your profile. You can write articles, whether your job enables you to write articles and promote yourself within that job, you can write articles. You can ask, even asking questions can increase your profile. Asking questions about things, this person thinks about this person is interested in this. So let's say, for example, you're in a particular job and you want to move into another industry. You can start participating in discussions in that industry. You can start making comments, reading articles, recommending articles, things like that. So that if somebody looks at your profile, they will see, okay, this person has only done whatever it is. They've only done architecture. I'm taking Mayowa again as an example. I've only done architecture. But I've seen that they're very active in all discussions around product management in LinkedIn. They've written articles, this 5-minute read. They've asked questions. They've recognized, those are the sorts of, I can see it's an area of interest for them because those are the sorts of articles they've liked. Things like that. So you can actually curate your image and your profile. Mayowa gave you an example of how you could curate your profile in the last few slides that went beyond the CV part. And I think even your profile in LinkedIn, etc., is that. So look at what you like, it's not about you and your friends. So don't just like, don't just sort of crack jokes or whatever. It's fine to do that, but make sure that everything that you do, you realize that it is basically your CV. So everything you post there, it is to give a particular image or impression of yourself. So make sure that you are careful about that. And to be honest, and I know I won't be the only person to say it in this series, be careful generally about what you post on social media. The comment that Mayowa also made about email addresses when you apply for jobs, it's a very important one. All of those funny, sexy shola or whatever it is, email addresses, it puts people off, particularly in a profession like mine. It'll put somebody off. Sometimes you'll think, oh, well, they're just young, they don't know better, etc. But it does put people off. So be mindful about the image that you're creating of yourself. You're a professional, it's your career. Whether you work in this institution or you work in the next, it's your career is you. And people can see that even without your CV by following you on social media. Seek personal improvement. Again, it's not just about where you work. So do things about, to improve your ability to perform at your work, but also to just improve yourself as a person. As I've said, certain things that you may not even be aware of now, jobs that you may not even be aware exists now, areas of even legal practice. When I first started, there was sort of commercial litigation, maybe real estate. Now we have all sorts of things. We have governance and compliance. We have capital markets as a separate practice area, tax as a separate practice area, private equity as a separate practice area, fintech as a practice area that didn't exist before. So there's so many things that are going to come that you don't even know yet in your career. So keep your personal improvement, keep relearning things, keep your mind active. Learn, it's like a muscle, as they say it all the time, it's a muscle. And as you grow older, you have to keep doing that. Otherwise you get stuck in what you learned in 2022, when we're now in 2032. Build work relationships. Now, building work relationships is an important one. I'm coming to an end. I think this is 6, and I think 7 is the last, and 7 is, so this is pretty much my last one. Building work relationships is very important. People talk about having mentors, etc. And you meet people all the time. And sometimes we can be a bit careful and overprotective about these relationships. We can say, oh, you know what, I found, I've met the MD of some organization. He sat next to me at lunch at some training or at somewhere, and I've met him, and we had a little bit of a rapport. I took his card, I can get in touch with him, but let me wait until I really have something important to discuss with him or to ask him about. Let me wait until then to get in touch. And people will say, and it's something as well, that it's something that I've been thinking about a lot this year. And it's one of the things that I want to improve this year as well, which is using relationships. And not just for me, not just using it for myself, using it for others. Because actually, sometimes and when I first started out, I was very friendly with somebody that was very senior lawyer at NNPC. And she was just like a mentor, I guess. At that time, didn't use the word mentor so often as we do now, but she was like a mentor. But I never wanted to ask her anything sort of professionally. I felt that I shouldn't abuse the relationship. It has to be something very important before I would reach out, etc. And I found that over time, the relationship doesn't grow. So interaction, asking favors even, helps to grow a relationship. So now when I meet people and they give me their card, and if it's something I think, oh, this is going to be useful to me, I say to them immediately, I say, thank you for your card, or I see you work at Treasury at etc. bank. I always have questions for Treasury people. I'm going to call you. They would usually laugh. I say, I'm not joking. I really will call you. And I really do call. And I can call many times, ask many questions. But it builds the relationship. If I'd met that person just that time, that had been it. I wait until 2 years' time when I have a question and call, I'll be reintroducing myself. We met at some events some time ago, blah, 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 blah. And the person will just be like, okay, if you say so, how can I help you? That sort of thing. Another example that I gave is with regulators. I work a lot with the SEC, the SEC. And recently, they've just had a change around of all the departments. They do that from time to time. So people move from certain departments, the heads of certain departments move. And I've been told the person that's heading one of the departments I work with quite a lot. I've met him before because this is an area, this is one of my key areas of practice, so I know them. But I don't know him as well as some of the other people. And so I reached out just yesterday. I said, can I have his number? I sent him a WhatsApp. I said, hello, congrats on your move. I work quite a lot with your team. So I just thought, let me reach out to you now and let you know that I will be reaching out to you later with questions, etc. But let it not be when I have a question, a query, an application that I come to you for the first time. Let me make sure that we've opened lines of communication. He laughed and said, you're welcome anytime. And so at least now I've done that. So that's one of the things I will say that you do. And I say it to my colleagues as well, particularly those who work with me. I said, reach out to the regulators. You don't need to have a question. Just reach out. Say, you know what, this is my area. This is what I do. I don't need anything from you. I just want to introduce myself because I know we'll be working together. So with building work relationships, be very deliberate about how you do that. So that's what I'll say in addition to that. I think the next slide is the last slide. Yeah, and it just says that your goal is to achieve career success and satisfaction. So it may not be a straight line. For some people, it's a straight line. For some people, it's a zigzag. But at the end of the day, our careers are an important part of our lives. They're not everything, but they're an important part of our lives. And so we should pay some attention to it. So that's what I will say. My colleague said it's a #1 goal. I don't know if it's your #1 goal, but it's certainly an important goal. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, madam. Guys, can you just put your hands together? And I appreciate Madam Yinka. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can take 1 or 2 questions. Okay, so this person said, we just have 1 question. So I feel at some point, everyone needs a push in life, either bottom or up. My question is it normal for a person to not feel the need to move or do anything different at some point in life? You are just where you are and doing what you do. Like, is it normal for you not to feel a need to want to move forward or something? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's very, very true. And that's partly why I made the point about making the most of your youth and early stage career. Because there will be times in your career when there's so much more going on in your life that you have to coast. There's going to be times when it cannot be #1 concern of yours all throughout life. It can't be. There's sometimes when you're pushing and there's sometimes when you're just resting. But I will say, don't start out with resting. That I will say. If this time in your life when you feel that you don't really need to be pushed is early career, I would say try and avoid that. Definitely try and make sure that for the first, you do that as much as you can, because there'll be times when you literally cannot. You literally cannot. You are going through something, you are relocating, you are whatever. You're doing different things. You have to look after someone, you are getting married, whatever the reason. There are different times in your career when you're going to have to just make sure that you keep up with what you're doing, but it'll be difficult for you to give it the extra momentum. But when you can, do. Otherwise, you will find your career is stagnant from the start. And that is not helpful. It's not helpful and it's depressing. Sometimes I talk about, when we talk about mental health works in a lot of different ways. Stress can be very damaging to your mental health, but also being stagnant can be damaging to your mental health. It can cause depression, it can cause dissatisfaction, all of these things. So even not working hard as well can actually not be a positive thing for your mental health. You need to know that it's a balance in all things, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. This is a great one. I'm sure we've learned so much. Thank you so much. We'll be inviting you for our next version, the one coming up. We'll let
Thank
you
you,
know.
everyone. It's been lovely
Thank you.
to participate. Enjoy the rest of the session.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So guys, we have a whole lot still cooking. We have Mr. Yinka, Chief Digital Officer of Sterling. He's a great man. He will be coming up next. We have some guys also. Tomorrow we'll be taking a director from Facebook. So we have a lot of speakers, people who are going to be talking to us, and all. So I want you to just hang on. So Mr. Yinka will be coming up next, but before he comes up, we just want you to stretch your legs and just participate in this game. There are two Yinkas coming up. So Mr. Yinka is coming up next, and then Mrs. Olayinka Oyetunji will be coming up as well. So I feel we should just take like 5 minutes of quiz to just, I don't know, to just help ourselves and get out of this boredom and relax your mind a little bit. So I don't know if Frank is ready for that. So it's a Kahoot game, just 5 minutes, 5 games, and we're good to go. All right, so Frank.
Okay, well, I'm ready. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So please, can you confirm that you can see my screen?
We can see your screen.
Okay.
We can see your screen.
Okay, so let's use the time to stretch out and equally see how we can have some fun by playing this game. So it's a 5 quiz questions, and at the end of the day, the winner, the first 3 winners will go home with some airtime. Okay. So what I want participants to do now is to pick their phones and visit this site, kayo.it. Then use this code to access the quiz. If they ask for player's ID, please use your phone number. So for easy identification, use your phone number as your username, please, to sign on. So let's do that quickly before I activate the game. Use their number, people are using their name.
Hello, madam. I can.
Okay, please advise we use our numbers to sign on than the names. Okay, for easy identification, so that the winners don't have to start asking who is, say, Timmy up there to send in your number or Grace. So once you use your number, it's easy for us to just credit you with the airtime rather than calling the name to get your numbers again. So you can actually sign out and resign in with your numbers, please. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Hi, David. Hi, Kim. Please sign in with your number. Mary, please sign in with your number. Use your number as your username, please. Okay, guys, so I'm going to launch the game now. So starting, all the best. Okay, so we'll go to the next game. Okay, so next question coming up shortly. Okay, so the next question will launch shortly. Yeah, and that is the end. So let's see our first three winners for the day. Congratulations to the winners. So you guys will hear from us shortly after now. Congratulations, and to everyone that participated, to congrats to you all. Over to you, please.
All right, guys. My Chief Digital Officer. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay, looks like my internet.
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Good. Oh, good. So the next person is my Chief Digital officer at Sterling Bank, Mr. Yinka, and he's an amazing leader. He's an inspiring person. So let me not go into details, but he's such a great person. And the first time I told him that we're having this event, he just told me, he said, "Okay, I'm clearing the 2 days for you for this event." I said, "Boss, don't worry, one day we'll make a great impact." Thank you so much. It's just so he's such a person that has a big heart for things like this, So he's going to be talking about creating spikes for your career, I'm sure you will learn 1 or 2 things that will push your career forward. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Opey. Thank you for having me. And I joined quite early just to see what other people are saying. And I think I've also been inspired just listening starting from hearing Mayowa talk about the resume to listening to Mrs. Edu also speak just before we went on to have the game. So I think this is a unique opportunity, and I hope people are really taking advantage of all of this. I do wish that some of us have some of this kind of guidance when we were starting out. So I think please ensure that you maximize and soak in as much as you can, because it will go a long way to helping us, yourselves, as it were, and getting yourself a lot more ready. The volume is low. Oh, okay. How is it now? Is it better, or should I still further project?
Sounds good at my hand, though. I don't know.
Okay. Apart from, okay, sounds good. Okay, thank you. Excellent, great. Okay, can you let me paste to the next slide? Great. I thought it was important to start with some bit of storytelling. And I've also seen the age of the people in the courts. I think that not too many people may know about this. But there was a time in this country where the guys who were in university almost get pampered, so to speak. Everything was good. And it got to a time when they go to dine, it's formal dining. If you were, say, at the UI, you had to wear proper clothes to actually go and dine. Maybe that changed a little bit over time, but they started out well. Meal ticket was just how much. And then it got to a time where I think it was in the time of Obasanjo, things had started to go bad in this country. We've gone through the oil boom era where we had the president who said, our problem is how to spend the money. That was what Gowon said in their own regime. And then when we got to Obasanjo's regime, things had started getting quite tough. And it looked like they couldn't subsidize meal anymore. And they wanted to increase the meal ticket by 50 kobo. And it became a major issue. So much so that the student union had meetings in several of their branches in Lorry and some other places to talk about this and how they were going to take on the federal government at that time. The president of the student union is a gentleman called Segun Okewo, was in Unilag. And they started out in Unilag and they started the protest. And it went all the way to ABU and other campuses. In ABU, quite a number of people died. What were they fighting for? Just an increase of 50 kobo. The thing about this era was that people come out of university and they had options. They could almost pick from almost anything that was available. I mean, this was a time where you could actually buy a brand new Peugeot or what's it called at that time, Beetle, with your salary, and some people may still have change left in their monthly salary when they're buying this as their first car. And people were probably at that particular point in time, as they were coming out of university, being almost like sought after and given a job to do. Now, what's unique about this era? It's that this is a time of surplus. There was not a gap. The opportunities were in surplus. Next slide. But that's an era that has gone. We're in a different era right now. Okay, next slide. So basically, opportunities were surplus. People were probably being written to say, given several options. I used to work in consulting, and my country managing partner at that particular time finished in the 70s also. And you know, when he finished in the 70s, he actually had two options. He had an offer from Anderson Consulting to come and work, and he had another offer from Shell to come and work. It was like they gave him, it was an offer to him. And then he decided, oh, you know what, this American company that is quite new, starting out in Nigeria, A&Co was what it was. It wasn't even Anderson Consulting at that time. This is where I wanted to necessarily make a career. I mean, some people were like, are you mad? You would leave Shell. But I mean, that's where he decided to do. But the point I'm making is, at that particular point in time, it was the job chasing him as opposed to him chasing the job. So we're in a different time right now. We're in a different era, as it were. Next slide. And this era that we are in is basically, there's an opportunity gap. I mean, the picture here just depicts it. See how everybody is scrambling to give their CV. I think this was probably when people were trying to get into Nigerian immigration services. And almost everybody seemed to obviously be wanting to do that. So the point is, in this clouded, or in this old debt of opportunity where there is not enough, what is important? I think what is then important is, how do you differentiate yourself? The reason why I think this is an important conversation is, if you talk to me also as an employer, interestingly, I would also say to you, there's no talent. So you start asking the question, okay, there's a lot of people looking for a job, and they are saying there's not enough opportunity. And when they say that, it's actually, they would be right to say that. But I am here on the other side wanting to find talent. And I'm also saying the same thing. There are no talent. So in other words, on the two sides, actually both are right, which then says, why would I get to a point where I, as an employer, would not have the notion of even saying or ever feeling that there's not enough talent for me to get to be able to employ? And that's where this whole essence of this conversation of, how do you differentiate yourself? How do you make yourself employable? How do you ensure that whilst people are saying there are no jobs, you actually would not be in that boat, as it were? You're almost in a case where employers are also clamoring to say, can you come work for us, as it were? So I think that's the conversation we're trying to tease out. I hope we would be able to land it in that way, as it were. Next slide. So I think some of the practical things I think you can do to differentiate yourself is what this conversation is about. Next slide. I think this is not so much different from some part of what Mrs. Edu was alluding to. So this is not a case of saying you have that prism or crystal ball and saying, oh, I just know what I want to do. But this is more about at least have a self-discovery of the kinds of things that you are passionate about, and also is required for you to be able to maximize that passion. So let's say I'm somebody that I know, it comes natural to me to tell stories. It comes natural to me to actually figure out things. For example, oh, maybe there are things like new jobs that are opening up as content storytellers or whatever it is, as opposed to the different way where we've been rigid in before to say you can either be an engineer, you can either be a lawyer, you can either be this. But you know, the thing that it kind of is almost innate to me. Then I can start to say, how can this thing find expression? And that means I may start to discover, oh, what are the things that is required for me to be able to exhibit or leverage this kind of drive that I have? And in fact, how do I kind of almost own this thing in such a way that it can become almost, I can be better off than someone, some other person out there. So it's really about, really, do you know what it is that is required for you to succeed? And I think the point is, so you go to school, you read biochemistry, you went to school, you read pharmacy. Okay, that's good, but it's not enough. It's a case of, for example, what are the different dimensions of what it is that the discipline can be manifested at to make you to be able to get some level of success? And it may just be, you know what, it may be community engagement. I read pharmacy, but maybe I just want to be able to do community engagement. And so it doesn't mean I must only be, you know, narrow to be talking to a particular niche of place to be able to look at work from. And I must then be able to say, okay, so if community engagement is there, for example, what are the things that I may need to be able to succeed in the context of that? And in the context of who I am as a person and what are my strengths and what are my, you know, innate desires and drive and all of that, how can this discipline, which is just a discipline, find expression in several things? And it's the point Ms. Edu also made about being flexible. So the fact that you went in doing biochemistry doesn't mean that maybe the only place you can work is in a pharmaceutical company or in academics, as it were. It's, oh, this discipline, this schooling, this orientation that I have, what are the different ways that this can be utilized? And so go on a discovery journey such that you know what, you can almost see what are the different manifestations of what this can be. And when you think about that, then you can start to say, what is it that I can actually do? So let me talk a little bit about self-discovery in my own context. When I was serving, I was serving in the East, and a lot of my classmates or people that were serving together, by default, everybody was just going to Port Harcourt to go and write aptitude tests to probably work in Shell or something like that. Now, I was intentional that I'm not sure that that is me. The thing I know I really like to do is give me something unstructured. Let me be able to figure it out and say, maybe this is the way you need to arrange this. So I really wanted to say, okay, well, I need to be in something that allows me to constantly wanting to solve problems. And it kind of just made me to think that, you know what I may want to do is some advisory services where I would listen to somebody and say, okay, well, maybe this is your problem. Now, in this space of advisory services, I started to research to say, oh, what is these advisory services? Which are the people who do this well? And then it comes to me, oh, Anderson Consulting, oh, this is a strong name in advisory services. They do technology advisory services. They do people advisory services, process reengineering. And I kind of just started to discover all of the different area or whatever it is. And quick one, I didn't read anything that says advisory services. I actually studied agri-economics in university. But I was clear in my mind that I just wanted to be solving problems. Okay, so I did have some orientation of economics and being able to talk about scarcity and being able to apply that to wants and whatever it is. But I just wanted to solve problems. And so I didn't just go and write exams. So I just started immersing myself to understand what advisory services is, so that this does not look also sugar-coated. I didn't get into Anderson in my first attempt. I then decided to go and work for a local advisory services. And then kind of found my way around until I finally got into Anderson Consulting. But at least I was clear in my mind that I wanted to do some advisory services. I thought it resonated with the kind of my person, and then I was able to discover all of what it is that may be required for me to succeed, as it were, in getting into the place. So I think the first thing is that discovery space, as it were. Next slide. The next stage, and I think this is almost one of the most important stage, and it also aligns with what Mrs. Edu talked about, early out. This is the time to actually burn the midnight oil. This is the time to work yourself out and everything. It's the preparation stage where you actually invest in yourself and in self-development. That's how you differentiate yourself from the next person. The person, Awolowo writes this in one of his books, says when some of his colleagues were sleeping, he was spending the midnight time, just burning the midnight oil. And if you also read some other books, you see that the greatest athletes of this world, they would say the books, there's this particular book, I can't remember the name of the author now, it eludes me now, but was talking about how that, there's a minimum number of hours that you would have to put in to actually ensure that you have mastered your craft. So there is a time when you really need to invest in self-development. It's not enough to have just gone to the university and gotten a certificate. Mr. Edu put it very nicely. You did law, but there are different expressions of law itself, whether it is in compliance, for example. There's a whole space of compliance. And just if you decided to own your craft in that, compliance span almost any space of the economy or sectors today, whether it is in the fintech, whether it's in core technology, whether it is in even manufacturing. Almost everybody have a compliance need. And you just find that this is a broad domain that everybody needs. And it's an expression of, say, for example, starting from law. But it requires you to invest heavily in self-development and in yourself. I've always said to people that don't ever delegate your self-development to anyone. Some people say, oh, the organization must build me, must develop me. Absolutely not. The organization is supposed to provide some framework, structures, and all of that. But you, at the end of the day, own it to yourself about self-development. You also don't have to wait even when you're within any organization today. The time that we're in, you guys are very lucky. There is the internet, for example. There's almost nothing you're looking for that is not available on the internet. So spend time just immersing yourself in what are the different expressions of the area of discipline that I'm interested in, and how do I take one that maybe resonates with me the most, or two of it, and start to self-develop myself. Such a case where, when you do meet the employer and the opportunity for employer, you're over ready. And that's why, sometimes I say to people, really, what is success? It's just preparedness meeting opportunity. The opportunity would come. If you are not prepared, you're not able to take advantage of that opportunity. And of course, that's why it won't be successful. So really and truly, this is more important. Develop yourself. I think the previous speaker also spoke about expand networking. And again, in this time and era, ultimately, it's not so much of anything more than probably the people you know. LinkedIn is something like that. It's a place to network. It's a place to meet people. It's a place to connect. So, of course, very quickly, as professionals, you have to put out a tidy LinkedIn profile. Let people meet you virtually. Let them know you. And then, obviously, there's a session here. It's an opportunity to probably also meet people even virtually, connect with people afterwards. You can, on this call now, there are recruiters. So you would find that obviously, if you try and mind even the people that are here, you would have increased your network, as it were. So expand your network. It always comes in very handy. And I think it's just very intentional to build a unique profile. Build something that is just you. don't be, I mean, I think it was also the first post, I mean, the questions that Mrs. Edu posted out, one of it is about something like this. So be uniquely you, don't bother about, so don't compare yourself with somebody else. There's no better version of you. You are the best version of yourself, and just play to your own strength. The more you play to your strength, the more obviously you are able to actually be uniquely different and be seen as being different, as it were. Next slide. And I think in concluding for me, it's almost the same point where Mrs. Edun spoke about action. You have to execute. You wake up in the morning, you truly have to execute. So it's not enough to be prepared, you have to show up. And so here is, seek out the opportunities, as it were, for employment. Throw in, almost like cast your net. Don't almost like write yourself down that I can't do this. Why not? Why can't you do it? Actually, when you meet them, sell yourself. Everybody is in one way or the other selling. Sell yourself, sell your uniqueness, sell how it is that, of course, you've done your research and all of that. Sell how actually you're the best person for this job, how that you make a difference by them taking you on. Just sell yourself. And I think it's Mayowa that also said this about volunteering, as it were. So there are statistics that probably shows that it is easier for you to get a job once you have the experience. And then the question is, but I've not gotten a job, how would I get experience? And that's where the whole essence of volunteering starts out, even from before you need to even be in employment. You're on holiday, for example, volunteer. Try and get actively involved in some way where you can, get experience, whether it is, part of your holidays, even go and do a holiday job, ask somebody to come for you to come and work for them for free. You would be amazed the kind of experience that you would get. My son is doing architecture, but he was on holiday, and I'm like, you can't sit at home for 2 months. You know what? Go work at this consulting firm. They should not pay you, but just go and even just see how people actually just work in an office, actually maybe how people collaborate and all of those kind of things that you may not necessarily find in formal education, as it were, right now. But the point I'm making is, find opportunity to volunteer. And just like Mayowa said, then put that on your CV. But more importantly, is actually preparing you for the workplace space, as it were, because you will not, you will just learn things that are beyond what you can learn in a textbook, the very dynamics of how, the corporate environment work, how to be professional and all of that. So yes, you should do that. And I think the last point I would make about execution is tied to what Mrs. Edu says about being flexible. So you may start out at where you may not be necessarily where you want to end up with, but pour yourself into where you are right now. You would find that ultimately no experience is actually wasted. So I tell you the story of wanting to work in consulting, and I then find myself in consulting. The experience was good. The pay was lousy. But you know what? The experience is everything to me today, because when I now reflect back at some of the things I do today, it's because of that whole experience. And then it also makes me to start to remember some of the things that my country managing partner used to say to us then about, there's two different kinds of people. There are people who want to be and those people who want to have. And he says that the people who want to have will not be, but the people who want to be will always have. It's about delayed gratification. You would find that at some point in time, if you truly put all of your effort and everything into it, it will just come out, the reward will come. And it will be that even at a stage, you are the one that is probably not interested in either responding to people wanting to come and poach you, headhunt you, or whatever it is. And so the point is, wherever you are right now, pour yourself into the work, get the best of all of the experience that you can get, even on your journey to where you may want to be. The reward will surely come. And I think for me, those are the ways that I think you can truly differentiate yourself and obviously improve your chances of being different and being successful on this journey, as it were. This is not also it's not as if it's all rocket science, as it were, but I tell you that I have found a lot of this thing valuable and useful on my own journey, as it were. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a number of questions. Someone say, what advice would you have for self-learners trying to move into a new career path? Someone is asking, so how would you advise someone who wants to move into a different career path? Yeah.
Thank you. And I think I would be an embodiment of that. I didn't study computer science, but I've done technology all my life. And it all started when I obviously went into advisory services. I just decided that, you know what, I wanted to join the solutions engineering team within Accenture, as it were. And it was obviously just, it's a passion. I like it. I like the whole being in that space. And I just decided that, you know what, I was going to work harder than every other person that was there. Some people who would take it that, oh, I had a first class in computer science, and as such, it's easy peasy for me. But because I didn't have that, I just said, you know what, I needed to invest in, invest in myself. So there's no way, just hard work. Mrs. Edun was right. You have to just put in the work. And once you put in the work, obviously, you would find that you would obviously just start getting better than some other person. There are athletes that probably maybe is left-handed or whatever it is, and they practically train themselves to use the other hand, because maybe when they're playing lawn tennis, for example, they may find that, oh, I'm more effective if actually I try to learn that other thing. That other person that maybe it doesn't come natural to use that other hand to would have to put in the extra work to actually convert, as it were. So there's no other thing than knowledge is readily available, find knowledge. I would also advise that if it is possible, find coaches or mentors who can also mentor you, such that it's not also all the time that you do all of the hard work. It's a cheap way to also get, obviously, on that journey, when people can actually guide you, as it were, point you in the right direction, as it were. But there's no shortcut to hard work. You do have to put in the hard work, and it will pay off.
All right, so the last question is, how would you help someone who has a passion to go into tech, maybe programming, who is still in the university, so how would you advise that person, and how can they connect with you in the spirit of networking to help their lot?
I'm sure you can share my contacts, and that's fine. I definitely like the idea of obviously mentoring as many people as possible. To be honest, I think that there is no other way to do this thing than to just get your hands dirty. So start doing it. Your first attempt would not be successful. For example, you would do it. Let people also critique what you've done. Take feedback. Seek for people's input and advice. Again, about finding mentors. Find someone who can almost peer review what it is that you do. But you know what? Start doing it, because at the end of the day, in that space, it is more about the skill than more about the certificates or anything. So what can you do is what people are after. So just, start getting your hands dirty. Take a small project. Try and do it yourself, whether it is, oh, you know what, I want to do call it my own small social media, whatever, for my classmates, and all of you can network on that. Whatever project you have, or it is maybe in your fellowship in school, you may find a way to say, oh, we want to use it to track expenses. Build something for them to track expenses. Just get, hands busy doing things like that. And that's just the only way.
Okay, so another person says, please, I need your advice on the aspects of investing on myself. I'm an aircraft engineer, but I found myself, oh, sorry. Let me see that comment. Sorry, I missed it. Just a second. So, okay, yeah, so I'm an aircraft engineer. I found myself in consulting, and I want to add value to myself. So how do you advise me, aircraft engineer who is currently doing consulting? How do you advise me to add value to myself? I don't know. I don't know what.
I think you're already adding value to yourself because you probably already have clients today that you're delivering work for. You'll be shocked that there are things that are from your learnings in school that may be transferable even as you advise your clients. So don't in any way play down on the experience you've had. There are several things that if you dig deep that you would find. The very discipline of wanting to build an aircraft not to crash ensures that precision is there. So you already have some orientation that obviously is important, as it were. Of course, you are in consulting. Ultimately, what do you want to do with consulting? Where do you want to do your consulting? There must be a domain where you're more interested in. Start to get the domain knowledge in that area, for example. Maybe you're gravitating towards telecoms, for example. Do you understand everything that is important about telecoms? Be conversant with that industry. Seek know what is happening in that space. Network by also finding people in that space that you can be talking to, relationship building, because if you're going to be there long time in consulting, at some point in time, you need to be selling. So you must obviously have people you can obviously pick a phone call and talk to, and obviously wanting to sell your services to. So just think about the domain that you're interested in, even as you think about consulting. Or if you're also thinking that at some point in time you want to go into industry, you must be thinking, okay, what's that industry that I want to go into? And again, just get the domain knowledge in that and see obviously how you will be able to transfer your skill there. But you're already doing a lot. And again, I think it's also doing that. Put it very aptly. Don't look down on what it is that you're gaining as experience right now. It's valuable and it will be useful as you align all of them together at some point in time.
All right, so thank you so much. Guys, I need to just send your claps and everything. Let's appreciate my boss, Mr. Yinka Oni. Thank you for the wonderful session. Really glad that you're around. Thank you so much. We'll be bringing you on our next one, sometimes in the year.
I hope we'll have someone that will be physical at some point in time, because there's also something physical. Actually, yes. So that way one can connect with people easily. Also,
exactly. When we get over this virtual life, this meta.
I understand. Thank you, Opey. Thanks for the privilege.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye. So by 12 o'clock, we'll be having Mr. Olayinka Oyetunji, All right. So we have another thing that we're not using effectively well is the chat and the Q&A. So the Q&A is where you drop your question. The chat is where you comment and say other things. So I see a lot of people asking questions in the chat. So it's difficult to track when you're having questions in the chat. So drop your questions in the Q&A session. So that helps. Then, okay, so yeah, another thing, I would just like to share some of my own experience as regards my career path so far. So I started with a value-added service company. I was there for like 3 months. Then I joined Huawei, and then I joined cyberspace. And then I decided I was so bored that I needed something different to do with my life. And then I desired to go into finance. I started developing myself in finance, and I started actively developing myself in finance 2018. That was when I started writing those professional exams. And then later on, I said, okay. And then I started pushing my CVs into financial service sector. And why? Why did I make that move? I felt that being in finance is closer to achieving my dreams better. Being an engineer, I rose to the top of my career in the telecoms. I was the head of the operations of a tier 2 network and all that. But I felt that, is this all I can be? And all, so I then desired to want to do something more with my life. Then I started writing the finance certifications and all. And here I am today. I'm currently with Sterling. I haven't spent like over a decade in telecoms, and then I'm now in Sterling, So my advice to someone who wants to have a career change is this: begin to develop competence in the industry of your choice now. You don't have to stick around something you don't like. You don't have to say, you don't have to just keep going to work for the money, right? So you can, if you desire a career change, there's something else you want to do with your life, with your time, just start to prepare for it. When you attend an interview, when you stand before the people in that field and they engage you, they should be able to say, this guy is going to add value. And let me tell you this, your previous experience cannot be discounted. So your previous experiences, because there are a number of things that you have done that will still be relevant in your field, in whatever it is that you want to do today. So you're currently, let's say you are a lab technician, you read microbiology, but you want to go into data science, data engineering, data whatever, So you go to work 9 to 5, your science lab technician work, where you are mixing the reagents together, testing blood, testing all of that. They pay you a little, So what you should do is to begin to use the resources of today to then chart your way into the industry of your choice. So what should you do? You need to then begin to take trainings, take certifications in the new field that you are interested in. So begin to invest the money, little money resources that you have in your hand, begin to invest it into the career of your choice. And that's the way to do it. So that you're not just saying you want to move into data, and you want to move, and nobody's going to train you. The truth is, I spent 5 years in an industry or 6 years. If I spend more than 3 years in an industry, nobody sees you as a fresh graduate again. So they'll be laying a demand on you as a person. Do you get? So the only way you can prove yourself as someone of worth and of value is that while you are waiting for that industry of choice, you are developing yourself. You are adding value to yourself. So that by the time you move into that new space, just one or two things you need to learn in that space. You have already mastered a number of things by yourself. And so that's a secret. For those who are saying, I'm doing something I don't like, I want to go into finance, or I want to go into this other field, data, I want to go. So let me tell you this also. See, I have a lot of nephews and nieces and people around me. Right? In fact, I mandated all of them should join this. Should join. If you don't join, no shishi. If you don't join this call, no shishi for you again. So the point I'm trying to make is, and I advise them, don't just go and say, I have passion for this, I have passion for that, I want to do this, I want to do that. Look at where your skills are marketable and you'll be rewarded for it. Don't just go into something and say, I told one of my cousins that I was saying that I want to go and do, what was that thing? I was in medicine or something. I said, see, Don't just go around saying you want to go and do something. I have passion, I have this, I'm doing and that. Look at where your skills can be marketable and then begin to build your profile in the direction of that. Yes, there's a place for passion. I'm not discounting that. But let me tell you this, there's nothing more satisfying than you solving the problems in our generation, solving the problems of humanity on a large scale and being rewarded for it. So begin to develop your competence in the direction of your passion. Let me tell you this. You heard what Mr. Yinka said. You read agriculture, I think economics or something. You will see many other people who read things that do not directly, connect to what they're doing today. But what they have is the experience that they've gathered over the years and the problem that they have solved. They are bringing that to the table. You cannot say somebody who read computer science cannot, they don't feel they are as good as someone who read computer science because they have spent their time in that industry, gathering experience, competencies, solving problems, and they have bags of accolades and things that they can present and bring on the table to say, yeah, I do this. So that's the desire, that's the drive we're talking about. So whatever it is you study, chemistry, physics, math, this and that, you can leverage on that to take to the industry of your choice. You need to start preparing and gathering those experiences and competencies. So if you want to learn how to code, which I would advise you to do, want to learn how to be a programmer, start now. Start gathering those competencies, those skills right now. One of the things you can do is this. What field are you interested in? Data science. What are the top certifications in that field? What are the top qualifications in data science? Write them down. Who are the top people in that industry? Top 5, 3 people in that industry. What are they doing? Write it down. Begin to see how you can learn from those people. Maybe remotely. You don't necessarily have to go and meet them to say, be my anything. If you have that opportunity, fine. Go and list the top guys in that field, lead the top certifications in that field, and begin to work towards that. In 2-3 years, you'll be on the table with those guys negotiating that you want to be part of what they're doing. So that's the way it works. If you want to change industry, I have done it. So I'm not telling you what I've not done. I've done it. I've changed industry that, in fact, that was like a 360-degree change. The people who knew where I was, in fact, as a matter of fact, my regulators, I used to interact with regulators a lot when I was in telecoms. They were surprised that, okay, are you serious? What are you doing? What's happening to you? So that kind of a change in industry, that's what I'm talking about. I was able to do that because I prepared. And on the table, when my new industry, when they are having the conversation of things in my new industry that I changed to, I don't think I lag behind. I think I contribute to those conversations effectively. So that's what I want to advise you. If you want to change your industry, you have a desire to move into something new. There are a lot of things coming up in this webinar, in this bootcamp. We have a job opportunity that we're going to share. I don't mean I'm promising you a job. We have a job that you can apply for, someone gave to us that we're going to share with you for those who are interested in that role. So we wanted to stay till the end. That's why I'm not telling you now. We have a lot of giveaways in terms of games and all. And there are a lot of speakers that are lined up that are speaking, and you will learn a whole lot. I want to say you'll be blessed because I'm used to that short language. Please let me use that language. You will be immensely blessed, So if you hang on, I'm very, very sure that you will learn a whole lot. So our next speaker is Mr. Olayinka Oyetunji. She's such a profound person. If you're on LinkedIn and you don't know Olayinka Oyetunji, then I don't know who you know. She has a very strong following on LinkedIn. She's a big shot in one of the big fours. She's a senior manager in one of the big consulting big four. And in my church as well, she's one of the in our program. Jesus, I forgot the name, just skipped my head. She's the top person. What did you say, Ma?
Community groups.
Yes, the community group. She's one of the big shots. She's pioneering. She's leading that initiative as well. So I am very, very, very sure, I'm very strong, I'm very persuaded that you will learn one or two things. You will learn a whole lot listening to him. So she's going to take us to the next session for 30 minutes, 24 minutes for presentation and 6 minutes for Q&A. Thank you so much, madam. It's good to have you. Thank you for staying on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the organizers, I say a big thank you for the privilege to come and speak to these brilliant minds. I don't take it for granted. I'm going to try to be within limits. I can hear now that my time is 24 minutes. I prepared for more than that, but I'm going to try as much as I can to limit, the discussion. My name is Olayinka Oyetunji, and I thank everybody for joining. I've listened in to some of the sessions, and I'm envying you guys because I didn't have the opportunity of getting, this kind of sessions, this kind of seminars while starting my career. Please, I'm sharing my screen now. Can you please confirm that you can see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So I'm going to be talking about breaking the limits. And in doing that, I don't know a better way to do that than by sharing a bit about me, who I am. I'm married, I have 3 kids. I am a graduate of OAU, and I'm also a charter holder of the CFA Institute. I'm a chartered accountant and a chartered stockbroker. And like Ope said, I'm also I work in one of the big 4s. I work in EY. I'm a senior manager there. And I'm also involved in a lot of volunteering activities. Now, I'm sure you've seen all the creeds, the chartered this, chartered that, but I want to tell you that I didn't start my life by being academically sound. I started my life being a child that struggled with academics. So my normal output when I write my exams was to have a below average, and if I do very, very well, I'm going to come out, as average. And one of the things that happened to me growing up was when my mates were in 300 level, I was still struggling with JAMB, and out of boredom, out of being tired of staying at home, I decided to start writing ICANN exams. And by the time I wrote ICANN exams, I had written about 2 stages before I eventually gained admission into the university. But when I was writing ICANN exams, I just caught the vision. I just had a dream that, wow, it's possible for me to become a chartered accountant. And that was what I threw myself into. I threw myself into that dream, that this is what I want to become. And I gave myself all to it. And you won't believe it that the first gift or award I ever got, or the first present I ever got in my academics, was from ICANN, when I became the 3rd overall best student in ATS2. So why am I giving you all of this story? I'm giving you this story because, from all of these experiences that I've had as a child, and from all of the experiences that I've had in my career, which I'm going to show in the next slide, I don't believe that anything is impossible for you to achieve. And if you give me 6 words, my 6-word story will be that you should believe and pursue, because everything is possible. There's nothing that is impossible for you to achieve, okay? And that's why, I'm here to share a bit about my story, a bit about my experiences, and some of the things that have helped me over the years. Now, looking at my career, you can see that I've tried to put my career in a chart. And this chart shows, what has happened over the course of my career. I looked at it over the last 10 years. And I can tell you that a career is never straight, all right? It has the downside, it has the low moment, and what I've tried to do was to paint the bright side, the green ones, the downside, the red, and the amber is just, okay, we are just there, we're coasting along. Now, it took me 10 years, okay, to get into the level that I want. And I can assure you that in the period of those 10 years, I was preparing myself for that dream that I wanted to accomplish. Now, if you look at my career, I started in banking. And I started with my ACA qualification. I got chartered when I was in 200 level. All right. And I started my career in banking. But in my first job, I lost that job 4 years into it. And at that time, I realized that, I had shifted focus from what I truly desired to become and had gotten carried away. So that job loss was more like, a wake-up call for me that I needed to do things differently. I needed to be, I needed to be more intentional with my career, with the things that I wanted to achieve. And I was fortunate after 1 year, I got into investment banking. So there was a career switch for me from banking, commercial banking to investment banking. And I was in investment banking for about 4 years before I eventually started consulting at my 10th year in my career. Now, I joined EY 3 years ago. And at that time, it looked like, oh, you can never be in consulting, because I had tried to be in consulting while I was in the banking industry, while I was still an associate. But the first exam of the firm that I tried, I didn't pass the exam. So it was more like, oh, this is closed. But there's a plan, there's always a plan. But if you are able to follow through what you want to do, if you're able to keep your mind, be persistent, be focused, develop your grit, there's absolutely nothing you can't achieve in your career. Your career is in your hand. There's absolutely nothing you can't achieve with it. And if I look over the course of my career, right, I will tell you that there's absolutely no barrier that you can't break. In March 2021, I was nominated as one of the top 100 career women in Nigeria. And when I looked at the profile of the 99 women that were there, I was like, oh, I never believed that, I could achieve any of this, given the history that I've had and given the fact that, over the course of my career, I've suffered a job loss. I've had to go through a career switch. I've had to take the CFA exams, when I lost my job was when I commenced writing my CFA exam. So the job loss was like a wake-up call for me that I needed to do things differently. And everybody knows how difficult the CFA exams is. One of the most difficult exams, in the world. And I did that exam with 3 kids. Now, it normally takes people an average of maybe 18 months, 2 years, or max 3 years to finish their CFA exams. But it took me 5 years to complete that exams. So what I'm saying is, even though it takes time, it doesn't mean it cannot happen. Even though it takes time, it doesn't mean it cannot happen. Even though you go through bends, in your career, you should never see any bend as an end. People might not tell you that, oh, it's not a rosy job, all right? It's not rosy. There are always bumps on the way. So the advice I'll give to you is that to make sure that you brace up for the challenges ahead. And that's why I said that a career is always different shades of color. When it's good, yes, everybody is happy. But when those curveballs come, what determines how you proceed is how you respond to those curveballs. And, I am a strong believer, like I told you, I don't believe anything is impossible. I'm a strong believer that you can achieve anything you want. You can have a fulfilling career, you can have your family intact, you can have your work and your life balance, you can live your purpose. But it starts from, it starts from believing first that you are called to excel. So if you believe you are called to excel and you have the right mindset, all right, it becomes very easy for you to achieve your objectives. There's this quote that I really love, and I always, like to share it, which is, throw your mind or body over the bar and your body will follow. Throw your mind over the bar or your heart over the bar and your body will follow. And the first time I had this saying was when I was preparing for my final exams, in ICANN, when I was in school at my 200 level. And I was complaining to my then boyfriend, who is now my husband, that I don't think I'm going to pass these exams because of MDCS. For those that wrote ICANN, there's a course that they call multidisciplinary case study. It has no past questions. It has no guide, they'll just ask you anything. And I was telling him that I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. And he said, no, you can do it. Just believe you can do it. And then your body will respond to you being able to achieve it. And over the years, all right, he told me this thing about 18 years ago. And over the years, I've realized that your mind is a very powerful tool. So you have to be very careful what you put in your mind. You have to be very careful of the things you think about. So in doing the CFA exams, why somebody should ask me, how did you survive writing a stage 3 times, all right, and not getting tired of writing that stage? The reason was because it wasn't the day that they awarded me my charter that I got my charter. To me, I got my charter the day I decided to write the exams. So for me, it's not about, you know, actually having the charter in my hands. It's about seeing the charter in my mind. So the thing is, if you haven't conquered your mind, you can't conquer the world. So you have to work very hard on the things that you feed your mind. What do you see? Some of those don't even have dreams. So if I ask you now, what is your mental movie? What do you see? Where do you see yourself? What do you see yourself accomplishing? Do you limit yourself in your thinking? Because the only barriers that exist, the only limitations that exist are the ones you allow. It's not the ones people tell you that exist. It's the ones that you allow in your consciousness. And that brings me back to my story when I told you that, you know, because I used to solve academic challenges in primary school, I went to a public school because I couldn't pass exams into the international schools and the federal schools. And when it was time for me to decide whether I wanted to go into the sciences, or I should go into arts or
Sorry, is that from my hand or from our hand? Can you guys hear me?
That even though I'm not bright, even though I'm not as intelligent as everybody expects me to be, that I would rather go into sciences and put my all in it. And the reason was because I didn't want people to place limitations on me. So you have to be very careful, all right, on what kind of things you listen to. Now, so talking about this career, what is your career? Your career has no shortcuts. If you want to excel in life and you want to excel in your career, if you want to achieve your dreams, then you have to know that there are no shortcuts to your career. It's a journey. And you know, if you're going on a journey, when you're going on a road, it's not the time the road is straight. Sometimes there are bumps, sometimes you have to stop over. You know, these are the things that you need to know. Your career is a journey. It has no shortcuts. And what makes your career fulfilling is if you are able to tie your career to your purpose. So we all have a purpose. You were not just created by accident. You are not on earth by accident. You are not just on earth to fulfill numbers. We all have a purpose. So if you can create, you know, identify why you were created and tie that purpose to your career, it makes it, you know, it makes it very fulfilling and it makes it easier for you to have a fulfilling career. Now, your career is not something that is for you alone. I'm still going to talk about it when I go into partnerships. It involves other people. And your career is also a culmination of decisions you take daily. So daily, what do you do every day? How are you spending your time? How are you investing in yourself? How are you networking with people? How are you leveraging on relationships as a currency to achieve your goals? So it's not just, I'm sorry to announce, but you can't just wake up and find yourself successful. You have to put in the hard work. There's no shortcut to hard work. Whilst I was preparing for the CFA, I used to wake up 2 a.m. every day to read till 5 a.m. and then get ready, get my kids ready for school, get ready for work, and start work at 8 o'clock in the morning. So if you see me coming to work, you know, at 8 o'clock, my day didn't start at 8 o'clock. My day started at 2 a.m. So why was I motivated, you know, to put in the work, to put in the sacrifice? It's because I know that it's just going to be for a period of time. So you can't be faffing, all right? You deny putting the hard work and expect to get results. So this career that we're talking about, this having your dreams and fulfilling them requires a lot of effort. It requires sacrifice. So in talking about the next slide, talking about the requirements of a career, I'm going to look at it from two perspectives. Internal and external. Internal genetics, which is what are the DNA of people that succeed? What do they have? What are the fundamentals that they have that people don't see? And I'm going to look at the external, like about what are the behaviors that they exhibit that makes them to succeed. I can assure you that it is the combination of these two, all right, that causes success. I can't exhaust all of the internal genetics, but let me look at having the mindset. We talked about that, having the drive and focus. You have to take charge of your life. Having a growth mindset. Don't have a fixed mindset. Be eager to learn. Don't compete with anybody. The best person to compete with is yourself of yesterday. So every day, just ask yourself as you go to bed, have I learned anything today? Am I better than the person that woke up this morning? Not, am I better than Ope or am I better than this person? If you can answer the question that yes, I'm better than yesterday, then you have a growth mindset, then you are growing. You have to develop grit, because let me tell you, life happens. You're right, life happens. And when life happens, you have to have the grit to move on. You have to have the confidence in yourself and the consistency to be able to achieve your dreams. And when we look at the external behaviors, what are they? I'm going to talk about them in the next slide, so I'm not going to dwell more on them here. And as we move on into the external behaviors, there are certain things that you need to avoid like plagues as you are building your career, as you are building your life. Life is governed by principles. Life is what you give is what you get. Don't be lazy. Don't be distracted. Don't be in the wrong relationships. Don't manage your time poorly. The only thing that we all have equally is our time. And what makes the difference between a successful person and a failure is how they have spent their time. Do you spend the bulk of your time on Twitter fighting battles that don't concern you? Or are you on Instagram all day, not advancing your career? Or are you a professional and we can't find you where professionals should be? So these are some of the things that can block your career, and you need to be very wary of them. Avoid these things like a plague. Don't be insecure. Don't be involved in eye service. Don't have bad attitude. Please don't be proud. Be humble. Nobody likes the proud. If you are proud, people will just, they'll just give you space. Don't judge yourself. Don't have poor technical skills. I'm still going to get to that. I hope time will permit me. Develop your soft skills. Don't have poor soft skills, and don't make the wrong health choices, because if you don't have the health, you can't excel in your career. That's just the truth. So let me look at, let's talk about the external factors. What are those behaviors that would help you to excel in your career? The first thing is being responsible. Being responsible. Be responsible for your life. You are the CEO of your life. Make sure you're taking charge of it. Make sure that you are the strategic thinker. Don't give the will of your life to somebody else to direct for you. Always, at every point in time, know what you want and go for it. Because if you don't do this, man, you're going to be running other people's dreams. If you don't have your dreams, you don't have what you are going for, you're going to be running other people's dreams. Now, how do you take control of it? Your career is not the responsibility of any human resources personnel in your organization. Your career is your responsibility. And the first thing to excel in it is to realize that. And how did I come to know this? All right. I realized this when I lost my first job. All right. I realized that anybody is replaceable in an organization. It doesn't take an organization a second to think of replacing anyone. But if you have not prepared yourself, if you are not competitive in the marketplace, you will realize that you are doing yourself a lot of harm. So many people most times do not develop themselves, saying that, oh, I'm so busy at work. I don't have time to write this professional exam. I'm so busy. The truth is, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, your organization will get somebody else that's done it and probably hire the person cheaper. So make sure that you are building your technical competence. Make sure that at every point in time you're evaluating an opportunity, you are choosing experience over money. Never go for the money, go for the experience. Look at the experience as the investment that you are making in yourself. All right, look at that experience as, okay, I want to go into this organization, not because of the money they want to pay me, or I'm going into this organization because even though the money is lower than what I would have gotten elsewhere, but I want to develop certain skills, and this is the organization that will give it to me. Develop the soft skills. Don't just focus on the technical skills. Don't just get the certifications and you have bad attitude, or you have poor leadership skills, or you are not flexible, you don't know how to communicate. All of these things are very important and you need to pay attention to them. And as somebody taking responsibility for his career, don't confuse bends for ends. There will always be bends in your career, but never confuse a bend for an end. When you see a bend, follow through it and it will lead you to another path. It is also important that you know where you are going and you devise how you want to get there. What am I talking about? I'm talking about setting goals. Have goals and have action plans. Have goals. What do I want to be in the next 5 years? Where do I want to be in the next 10 years? What do I want to achieve this year, 2022? And how do I want to achieve it? I have goals for my career. I have goals for my family. I have goals for myself. That these are the things I want to achieve. And I break them down. Okay, well, how do I achieve these goals? And another thing that is very important in setting goals is because it helps you to know the kind of people that you need to be around, because your company determines where you land, and that's just the truth. And setting goals also helps you to know when you win. I mean, if you don't have an aim, you wouldn't know when you've achieved your aim. And for those that are not married, if you don't know where you are going, please don't start talking about marriage, because the first decision you can make in your career is the choice of who you marry, because that person can either make or break your career. That's just the truth. I also attend seminars and I've heard so many people say it, that your first decision, the first career decision, or the first thing you should think about when you want to start your career is who you marry. I met my husband when I was 19. I was writing ICANN, and you know, he said when he met me, he was like, who is this girl that is this? All she talks about, she never talks about when I get married, I'm going to have this number of kids. When I get married, that she's always talking about, you know, when I finish this ICANN exams, I want to do CIS. After CIS, I want to do CFA. You know, that he knew that, okay, this is going to be a very ambitious person. And he asked himself, am I going to be able to cope with this person's ambition? And the answer is yes. So imagine if, you know, I hadn't let him know that this is where I want to, this is where I'm going, this is what I want to achieve. You know, as a woman, it would have been difficult for me to achieve some of these things. And that's why I'm saying, I'll always say it, that please make sure that you know where you are going before you ask somebody to join you on the journey. Okay, it seems I have just 1 more minute left. Am I correct?
Yes, 1 minute for discussion, but 6 minutes to answer questions. So you still have 7 minutes. 6 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, so I still have 1 minute to finish my presentation.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
So I'm going to just round up here to say that in building your technical competence, make sure you take the right certification. So for instance, if you are a chartered accountant, I mean, if you read accounting, you should know that you need to take the ICANN exams or ACC exams as you prefer. Make sure you're getting the right certification. Make sure that in your industry, your aim is to become a thought leader. Your aim is to become an authority. And you can only do that if you put in the hard work. If you put in the knowledge, try to develop yourself. All right. Try to know the competency structure of your organization. That's the only way you can achieve, you know, competency in your field. And like I said before, your career does not depend on you alone. It depends on other people. And it's important that you recognize those stakeholders. Your bosses, your spouse, your colleagues, and your clients can determine how far you go in your career, and you shouldn't take that for granted. So I'm going to end this discussion by saying that, do you believe you can? All right. I'm dropping this question with you. Do you believe you can? I believe everything is possible. And I want you to believe that you can achieve anything as long as you set your mind to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam. My colleague, Babafemi, will take the question and answer session. Babafemi, please, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's sort of some questions and I'll take them. I don't know whether you've taken. Is it possible to get the slide, Ma?
Oh, I have already shared the slides with the organizers. I believe they can.
So we can share with them, right? Is that okay? Are you comfortable with that, Ma?
Yes, please, go ahead.
What was your greatest challenge during your career? This is by Imo Shakirat. What was your greatest challenge during your career?
Okay, thank you. For me, I would say the greatest challenge was losing my job. It was a very challenging period for me, but it was also, you know, the thing that I'm most grateful for. Because if I had not lost my job, I would not have had the opportunity for a career switch, which I have now. I know that I won't have the opportunity of speaking to you if I didn't lose my job. So what I will say to you is, as you face challenges in your career, what you should look at is how can I turn this challenge to an opportunity? Okay, so losing that job for me was a wake-up call that I needed to do things differently. I needed to change into what I really wanted to do, which was advisory. And you know, I got the opportunity. So that is it for me. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ma. Is this saying true? What you love doing most is what you should build into your career. I will take that again. Onyekasola Sonny said, is this saying true? What you love doing most is what you should build into a career.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Onyekasola, but that's a very tricky question. So you shouldn't be in a career you don't love, all right? But even if you are in a career that you do not love, you can means of creating time to do what you love. So one of the things I didn't tell you is that I'm also a CFA lecturer, and I also lecture in other finance courses with other institutions. And why do I do that? It's because I love the opportunity to meet people. I love teaching. So I'm not a teacher, right? In my 9 to 5 is not teaching, but I found a way to incorporate what I love into my life. So you can't be after, I want to follow passion. If your passion is not generating money for you, your passion is not solving your problem, then it's not a passion. So that's why I said it's a tricky question, but there's always a way. So that's where flexibility comes in. Well, one of the soft skills I talked about, there's always a way for you to merge what you love, all right, into what you do. So you can't, and one thing, and when I joined the session, I heard Opeyemi saying that it's not all the time that you start out your career with what you love to do. In fact, you don't even know what you love to do until you try. And that's what I tell most of my colleagues, you know, when they come into consulting, like, oh, I don't think I love this. I'll be like, give yourself time. Everybody falls in love with something by trial and error. So until you give yourself time, you really can't tell whether you love it or not. You really can't tell whether you can build passion around it or not. Thank you. I hope that answers your question. Onyekasola.
Thank you so much, Ma. Try as many things as possible and see what sticks. Sorry, indulge me to paraphrase a bit. So I have 4 more questions. After that, we'll stop. During your undergrad years, what was your lowest point? And now, after achieving all you have, what is your greatest achievement? Sounds deep.
During undergrad, my lowest point would be, that I can remember now, would be when I didn't pass my PE1 examination. I got a reference, and prior to then, it was the 5th stage, and prior to then had passed all the levels at 1 attempt. But when I got to PE1, I had a reference in FA. So that's the lowest point. And right now, I wouldn't say that I have a high point. Yes, I'm grateful for everything. I mean, I have so many. I'm grateful for many things. I'm grateful for all the qualifications I've been able to achieve, even though I'm an academically challenged child. I'm grateful for being able to impact other people. I'm grateful for being able to share my life into different parts, all right, and leading a fulfilling life. So I hope that answers the question.
And thank you so much, Ma. I'm going to combine two questions together as quick as possible, which will be as last set of questions we are going to answer. You're going to help us answer. So the first question is by an anonymous attendee saying that, how do you marry multiple disciplines that you're interested in and not become jack of all trade, right? And another person, Busola Ayedu, is saying that, how does she divert to other professions and build other disciplines? She studied food tech in school, but she wants to do other things.
Okay. So I hope I'm going to be able to remember the question. The first thing is,
how do you do multiple things and not be jack of all trade?
Yes. So you have to, so I don't know what you mean by multiple things. So if you look at me, when I say that I love to teach, I'm teaching finance, I'm in consulting. What I'm basically doing on a Saturday is teaching what I practice at the office. So you have to find the synergy between the two. You can't be all over the place. Just find where your strengths are and leverage on your strengths. You don't need to tear yourself in different places. So if you're an accountant, for instance, and you love to teach like me, then over the weekend you can take your teaching job, and during Monday to Friday you can be the accountant at the office. So you just have to find maybe two things and focus on it. You can't do many things at the same time. Definitely you're going to fail at all. And then for the person that is talking about how do you have a career switch, basically, the thing is, when you want to change your career, the first thing you have to do is you have to prepare for that change. And how do you prepare for the change? Get the knowledge and the skills that you need for that role that you're intending to have. How do you do that? If there are examinations that are written in that field, go and write those examinations. In addition to that, the second thing I will say to you is that you have to network with people that are in that field that you want to move into. And networking is effective. Make sure that you're networking effectively. Online, look for people within that circle, talk to them, get a mentor there, let them talk to you about how you can do that transition you want. Transitions are always possible, and you don't have to. I've seen so many people. In fact, one of the things I've seen as a teacher is that it's people that don't even have, for instance, because I'm in finance, I'm going to talk about finance. I've seen that it's people that don't have the finance background that even do well, that come into finance that do well. And that's because they are curious, they're inquisitive, they're passionate. So look for people that within that circle that you can talk to. It's also important that you network, build relationships. Let people know, I want to join your organization. How do I join? Don't be quiet. They don't give awards for being shy or being an introvert. Make sure that you are speaking up, you're talking to people about what you want to achieve. So I think with this, you'll be able to navigate. And thank God the world is more flexible. Before, you will see that they don't, in consulting, if you don't have consulting background, they don't engage you. But now, as long as you can demonstrate that your skills that you have are relevant to where you're going to, people will be willing to hire you. And so that leads me to my third point, which is make sure that you are able to communicate how the skills you currently have or that you have built over the years will be relevant to where you are going to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. There are more questions on the Q&A section of this, but I don't think you will be able to take them live. If you can just spare us some few minutes after this, you can help us type the answers to the people, especially Steven. Steven saying, please ask my question. So I'll hand over to Mr. Tanimomo to take it over. And thank you so much, Ma, for joining. We appreciate it. We learned a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I know we've been learning quite a number of things already. Can you hear me? Can you signify if you can just hear me?
We can hear you. We can see your screen that you're sharing as well.
All right, nice. So we just wanted to take some minutes to just relax and process some of the things you've learned already. So we have this game, and the top 3 people are going to win some recharge card. So what we want you to do right now is go to this website. We've played it earlier, so you know the website. Just go to the website now, www.kahoots.it, and enter in this PIN 7781724, and use your phone number. Please use your phone number. Again, I repeat, please use your phone number. All right. So I'll wait for others to join. Okay, I'm gonna wait for 15 more seconds for people to join. Blessing and Abimbola, please, do you mind changing to your phone number? Just log out, log in with your phone number. Ferronzi and Paul, please do the same. Kira, please do the same. Just log out and connect your phone number instead. Okay, 5 more seconds. The simple game, just simple questions. So all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're gonna go ahead to start now. Fastest finger. Time out. Okay. Let's see we got that correctly. They meet up where. All right. Next question. The acronym EFCC means. Great. Team it up again. Oh, someone else. All right, next question. Next. Okay. Okay, just 5 more questions and we're done. Or more. It should be quite easy. Okay. Last question. Okay, thanks for playing. Let's see who the winners are. Oh. All right, so congratulations to all the winners. We'll be in touch. We've noted your phone numbers and we'll contact you after this event. So thanks for playing, everyone. Okay, but before I go, I just want us to do something. Yeah, very fast.
Okay.
So I know that we've all been impacted by this program. We've learned quite a lot of things. So I want you to take just one thing that you've learned and then go to social media and post it. Just go on all your social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Post. The hashtag to use is valid dreams. You know, so just post something that you've learned, tag us, and use the hashtag valid dreams. So make sure you are following us on Facebook. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram. Just search for Valid Dreams or Valid Dreams Global. So please do that now. I'm just going to give 30 seconds for you to do that. Okay, so I'm going to assume that we're already doing that. So thank you while I hand over to Mr. Praise.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you a great deal. Thanks, guys. So how is it going, everyone? How is it going at your end? Let me know how it's going. Okay, someone said awesome. Please go to the chat and comment on how it's going on the game. So guys, if you want to play the game, someone said he didn't quite get how the game is going, how the game is being administered. So if you want to play the game, you go to Kahoot, you go to your browser on your phone, type kahoot.it, kahoot.it. When you enter there, then you enter the code, our own code for this game, usually displayed on our screen that we're projecting. You enter the code. then it takes you to our game. Then it will ask you to put in your own name, because we want to we are giving you credits, the first 3 credits. So we require that you enter your phone numbers. So you enter your phone numbers, and when you enter your phone numbers, you start the game. You start the game with the corresponding shape on the screen. There's a red square to Ahmadu Bello University. And Ahmadu Bello University is the answer. Just click the red square on your phone, and you do that as well. That's how to select the right answer. So if you do that, and you do that very fast, so it also measures your speed. The speed at which you respond is also another thing that the game measures. So it doesn't just measure that you get the answer correctly. It measures your response, the speed of your response, right? So if you do that correctly, you will be one of the first 3. And if you are one of the first 3, you have the first 3 will be having credits. We'll give them credit after now. We're organizing an event, so we don't have time to give you credit now. So by the end of the day, we'll collect everyone who has won the prizes, who has won first to third for all the games, and we'll give them the credit. Yeah, then also, if you have questions after this event, like we said, there are 2 ways. Sorry. Okay, sir, we'll do that. So there are two ways you can, if you have questions, 2 things we're going to do. One is that we have a mentoring program after this event. If you subscribe to the mentoring program, some of your questions will be answered. The second is we're going to share, you can go to our website or go to any of our handle and drop your questions there. Our email is info@valleydreams.ng, info@valleydreams.ng. So you can drop your question there as well. You can go to websites, and to our website, you see all our socials as well. You see everything you need to reach us. So, and also some of us are on LinkedIn. All of us are on LinkedIn. Search us on LinkedIn and drop your question as well. So we're going to be able to attend to your question. So our next speaker is ready. He's my mentor. Is my how do I say it? Is my how do I describe him in my life? It's my most and he's my mentor. He's a great man. He's a person with a great heart. He's not Kautu, it's Kahoot, K-A-H. Is it Kauti? K-A-H-O-O-T.it, not Kauti.it. So, like I was saying, my mentor, Mr. Ayokunle Ojo, is the next person coming as the director in Citibank. He's a person, he's a godly person. He has a fear of God. And he's an awesome person. If you have ever met him before, he's quietly making impact, doesn't make noise. So it's someone I really, really have respect for. He has been an immense blessing into my life. I really, really have deep appreciation for this relationship with him. And since I told him, it was the first person I told about this. And he's been on board since that time. He supported us in every way he can, so really appreciate you, sir. Thank you for coming. I want you guys to know that this session is powerful and you'll be immensely blessed. You will learn a whole lot, so it's going to come up. It's going to tell us about the attitude of the achievers, so it's going to come up right now, sir. So you have the floor, sir. Yinka, you can help with the slides.
Thank you. Thank you, Opey. So do you want me to project from here so I can move it?
Yes, you can do that as well. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to project. Yeah. Okay. I'm hoping you guys can see my screen. Opey, can you just confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. We can see you. We can see the screen as well. Good.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, at least for people in this time zone. So my name is Ayokunle Ojo, and I have a few minutes I'm going to spend the next few minutes just discussing the mindset of an achiever in the workplace. And I've listened in on a number of the session pretty much since morning. I've been in and out, and I think I might end up re-emphasizing some of the things that you already heard earlier today. So if it's repetition, then it's good, because if you hear the same thing a few times, it just sort of means that it's important, and it also means your ability to remember it will increase. So clearly, when you think about an achiever in the workplace, there are probably tons of things that you need to do to really be successful in your work, in your career, in your business. But knowing that we also have a limited time, so I basically chose 5 things that I wanted to talk about. And the key thing to remember is that we're talking about mindset. It's how you think, how you see yourself, and hopefully that propels your actions as well. So to start with, so just a little bit about myself. I left university when now? I left university in 2000, so that makes it almost 22 years ago. And I've pretty much had a banking career all through that time. And this is what forms the basis for the conversation that I'm having today. So like I said, the idea is that you need to be a committed learner, you need to be a diligent player, you need to be a personable person, you need to be alert to opportunities, and you need to have a growth mindset. And you can see the picture of the brain there, because I'm saying this is how you should see yourself. So we'll just quickly go through this. I hope I can go through the few slides I have, fairly quickly, so we have enough time for questions. So the first thing is, I'm saying you need to learn. I know most people in the room are probably still students, or you just left school. So you have this not so interesting relationship with learning, because you've gone through stress from lecturers, and all of that. And if you're not careful, you just hate books, you just hate reading, you hate learning, and it's understandable, but you need to make that shift. So when I say committed learner, yes, it's great to get the master's degree. It's great to pass all of those professional exams, and that's fantastic. But here I'm saying you need to spend the rest of your life learning, and learning means reading, watching videos, listening to other people with attention, observing. And why do you need to do this? When you think about your career, it's going to be a long, complex, and new road. And in fact, when you think about the age we're in, things are going to change. Things are already changing, and they're going to change a whole lot more in a more dramatic way. So if you're in the room and you don't know much about artificial intelligence, you don't know much about the metaverse, you don't know much about the digital space, this is your time. When I left university, computers were few, laptops were scarce. The workplace was a manual workplace. People work with files and paper. But at that time, just being able to use Microsoft Word was a superb skill. Being able to operate a computer was a superb skill. And the way to make a difference was to understand our whole space. It looks normal to all of you guys now, but it wasn't. It wasn't normal. I met people in the workplace. When I started work, people that had 10 years experience didn't know how to use a computer. But what computer was to me 20 years ago is probably equivalent to a whole lot more interesting stuff, blockchain technology. So if you're young and you have capacity, you have time, you need to learn all of these things, because the future of work is going to look a lot different. And it's not by the degrees, that's not where your difference is going to come from. You want to be able to go into a room for an interview or for a meeting with your bosses, and you can talk about different things that are not necessarily related to your core space. The other point I will make on this, it's that you also want to start to get broad-minded. So you studied engineering in school and you're out of school now. Yeah, it's time to pick up an history book and learn about Roman Empire or something like that. You studied history. Yes, it's time to pick up, you know, a basic book about how science works, because the real problems in life are complex, and you need a varied understanding. You need a diverse understanding to be able to really be successful. So I would just encourage everyone, you know, to make up your mind, to be a committed learner, and to take steps. You know, it's not something that you just sort of like, oh, you go buy all the books today and say, I'm going to read everything, you know, before end of February. No, you know, just a little bit at a time. You know, YouTube video here, this book here, you know, this clip here. Okay, the next thing that I want to talk about is, you know, is you just have to be diligent. You know, that's how you're going to be able to separate yourself. You know, you have to work hard. You know, and I know some of the speakers earlier already spoke to that. You have to work. You have to work to make a difference. You have to wake up. You have to wise up as well. You know, because sometimes, you know, when we talk about working hard, that I know people that are really hard workers, but they're not wise workers. So you need to do the hard work, and you need to wise up as well. You need to find what's the best way to achieve my goals. You know, and I'll tell you a little story. When I started working, you know, my first few years, I was actually an HR. I worked in HR the first few years. So I had an accounting background. So I was like a payroll accountant. So on the job, you know, what I met, you know, there's this activity that we used to do once a month. And when I joined to carry out that particular activity, it would typically take about 6-7 hours, you know, to get it done from start to finish. You know, so the first month, you know, they sort of taught me how to do it, and I was doing the 6-7 hours. And the next month did the same thing, the third month did the same thing. But after a while, you know, and that's working hard, right? You know, after a while, I figured out that there must be a better way to do this, you know, and I was learning Excel. I could use Excel at the time, and I was still learning as well. So I finally figured out how to effectively, you know, I'm sure I didn't have the language then, but I was effectively automating the process. And believe me, I could do the stuff, you know, in 15-20 minutes. And that's the wise up part. You know, you need to find the best way to get your job done. You need but the sum total of this is that you need to focus on your work. Even if it doesn't tell in the first year, in a couple of years, you can tell the difference between the diligent players and the lazy players. The third thing that I like to talk about, it's that you need to be personable. And I was looking for a word that sort of captures many things, you know, because if I say, oh, you need to be nice, you know, that might send the wrong message. Yes, you need to be nice, but it's a bit more than being nice. And sometimes people think about the nice guy as the weak guy, you know. But you have to understand that the workplace is about relationships. You need people. You need to be a team player. Initially, when you join a field, when you join a firm, you're probably working for other people. But you find out that as you grow, you know, you're mixing both. You have peers that you need them to support you. You have subordinates, you have seniors, and one of the key thing that you need to progress, it's just being able to manage all of these relationships well. And yes, there's several skills you can learn about managing people, but at the core of it, it's that you are personable, you know, because again, you know, like I put it here, you need help, you need people. You know, it's a lonely journey if you want to be successful, and it's a long journey and it's a difficult journey. So you need all of the help you can get along the way. The fourth thing is that you have to be alert. You have to be alert, you know, and I think it was Yinka that sort of spoke towards this when she said something about you need to take responsibility for your future. So you need to be alert to opportunities. Yes, there's some firms that are so great that, you know, they will create a plan for you, they will knock on your door, they will tell you everything you need to do, but that's rare. You know, most of the time it's your job, your career, your future, it all belongs to you. You're, you know, like that famous quote of you about you being the captain of your destiny, something like that. So your eyes need to be open, your eyes needs to be shiny, and you need to be ready to seize the moment. And what do I mean by this? You know, so sometimes, you know, imagine that you work for a large organization that employs 5,000 people, and you join them as a young graduate. There's this likelihood that you're just one of the many people on the ground floor. So how do you differentiate yourself? You know, you need to be ready, because one day a senior person, a CEO, is going to walk by your desk and ask you a question, and you just have 30 seconds to think about your answer. And believe me, how you respond might make a major difference in your career. So you need to wake up every day thinking, this is the day that I'm going to eat it big, and I will be deliberate about everything I'm doing, the conversations I'm having in the lift, you know, in the cafeteria. I'm not saying you should be plastic. You should be real, but you should be deliberate. You should think through what you're doing. You should have your eyes on the ball and on the goal. And the last one, like I said, you know, I really want to make enough time for questions. I have a lot to say. So I'm a salesperson, but I don't want to get into the mode of just talking and take all of your time. So I'm going to spend a bit more time here. The last piece is that you need to be growth-minded. You have to have this mindset that says, I want to be better tomorrow versus today. I want to be better next year versus this year. And this should not, you know, so there are tons of people out there that are growing, but sometimes, you know, their growth is what you will call stunted growth, you know. So it's, yes, you need to be growth-minded, but you also need to be sure that you're growing, you know, across, you know, the different parts of your life. You know, it's important, because if you do so well in one and you're not doing so well in the other, it's going to come back to haunt you, you know, further down the line. So, you know, we know people that are smart, extremely smart, hardworking, but relationship is poor, you know. But what you find is that your first few years of working, your biggest skills are technical. So even if you have a poor attitude, but you can churn out the spreadsheets, you can churn out the report, you know, people, you know, you're going to grow, you know, they're going to pay you well, they're going to shake your hands, your ratings are going to be great. But 5 years down the line, when you're in middle management, or a few years down the line, because you haven't been growing in relationship. And now, you know, it's not about how technical you are again. Then the career starts to suffer. So I just wanted to spend time, you know, saying, you know, when you think about your relationship, you need to get better. No matter how great you are today, there's room for improvement. You need to think about how you relate with people, you know. And if I give, you know, a personal example, it's that, so in the last 20 years, you know, in the last few years of my life, you know, including my university days, I've met a whole lot of people. And one of the things that I find interesting, you know, and it happens to me once in a while, is, you know, I just sort of, maybe I'm watching the news and they say something like, oh, this guy is now a minister, or this lady is now a minister of so. And I just remember that, oh, you know, 17 years ago, I was in the lift with her. And I'm wondering to myself, is there something I could have done differently? Could I have, you know, could I have played that conversation in a different way, in such a way that if I need access today, it's a lot easier to get that access, you know? So again, I'm not suggesting that you can play this game perfectly 100% of the time, But the point is, you can do better. We can all do better when it comes to relationship. It's about supporting other people, helping other people, like I said, being personable, and just realizing that you need people to progress in life. And when the next thing that I want to talk about is capacity. You need to grow your capacity. And that sort of links back to being a committed learner. But sometimes, you want to change industry and you need to learn, a totally new thing. You just need to sit down and make an assessment to say, where do I want to go to? And what sort of skills do I need to get there? And on that, you have to keep building your capacity. And this would, again, differ based on who you are, the industry you are in, the stage of life you are in. But the point is, one of the things you have to focus on, it's your capacity. And the third thing I want to talk about, it's capital. There's a small percentage of people in the world that are working because they love it. They don't really need to work to survive. They just work because they love working. But I think for most of us, one of the reasons why you're working is to make money, feed your family, take care of your future. I know people don't. I agree you should do what you love, but you want to also do what can take care of you, the sort of life you want to live, and again, we want different things in life. One of the things, so Yinka was talking about being a teacher. I'm also a teacher. One of the things, that I teach is that when you talk about career, what you're actually doing is that you're spending the whole of your life converting what we call human capital to financial capital. That's what you're doing. You work hard, you sweat, they pay you money at the end of the month. And the question is, are you growing that capital? Are you saving? Are you investing? This is extremely important. I know too many people that had great careers, 30-year career, 40-year career. They retire, and 10 years into retirement, life is horrible, life is hard. So one of the things you need to do for yourself as well, and sometimes, at the early stage of one's life, you're like, I can't even feed myself, I can't even pay rent, and these people are talking about saving and investing. Yes, this is the time to talk about it because it's an attitude you need to build. If all you can save, if all you can invest is 5,000 Naira, please save it, please invest it. Because it's a mental, it's how you think about it. If you're not saving that 2,000 Naira, when the millions come, you will struggle to save it as well. So you need to build your capital. And the last thing I'm going to talk about, and I'm not going to overly dwell on this, is you also need to grow in your spiritual life as well, because it supports your career. You have to believe in something that is greater than yourself. For me, I'm a Christian, and the reality is you will hit roadblocks, you will hit trouble along the way. There'll be pain. There are just so many things where you need to go outside of yourself and lean on something else, and practically lean on God to just soldier on and move on. So remember, the idea is that you want to be an achiever in the workplace, and we're saying, what sort of mindset should you have? And the point is, you need to be someone that says, I'm going to learn. There's nothing I cannot learn, and I'm going to learn incrementally. I'm going to pick up little things along the way, and I'm not just going to pick up things in my industry. I'm going to pick up, diverse stuffs. I'm going to read about, science. I'm going to read about arts. I'm going to read about chemistry. I'm going to read about history. I'm going to read about languages. I'm going to read about animals, and you would be shocked at how the world is so interconnected. How what you picked up by reading about animals can help you on a project at work. I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to be personable. I'm going to be diligent. I will be alert to take the different opportunities that come my way. Because if you ask people, if you ask people that have had a long career and good career, and you ask them, what do you think happened to you? A lot of the time it's just one event, or it's a window, a one-day window, or a one-week window that they were alert, and like we say in Nigeria, they actually came to work, to say, oh, they were there, alive and ready. So I just encourage you guys to think about these things, and more importantly, not just think about it, to start to do all of them in bits from today. So thank you for having me. I don't know how much of my time I've spent already, but yes, I'm kind of done and ready for questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for that powerful presentation. And as I posted on the comment section, please, if you have questions, start dropping them now. And I will ask them as quick as possible. So I give us 30 seconds, and before I start asking my own, and I'm not ashamed to ask my own.
Yeah, we can start with you.
So I wanted to speak particularly about people moving from early stage of their career to mid-level, right? Can you talk a bit about what is required to be able to make that switch? I know most of the folks here are maybe early stage of their career, and they might not be thinking that far, but it's always, I think, it's as you said about finances, right? If you don't embody the right attitude and the right thinking, you will struggle when you're in a lot of money, right? So can you give us like just a preview of what is required to move from early stage career to mid stage career? I don't know whether you got that.
Yeah, I did. So basically, what you find, and there will be differences depending on the industry you're working in, the size of the organization, and all of that. So, but we're just going to talk generally. So, as you process what I say, you need to adapt it to your situation. But typically, in the early stage of your career, your job would sometimes be task-oriented. Oh, I'm just ticking this box and posting this and preparing this. So your job might be task-oriented, or your job might be transaction-specific. But you find that as you move towards mid-career, you're moving away. It's not just task-oriented now. You're moving towards maybe project-oriented, maybe sort of you're managing a certain group of tasks, or in some cases by mid-career as well, you have responsibility to deliver results. Maybe you're creating products, you're trying to reach new customers, you're selling, so it then means that one, you need a new mindset, because it's like, I wake up, I'm a payroll accountant, I just need to show up and make sure that my debit and credit skills are alive and well. But as you move and you become a manager, you're not just thinking about tasks, you're thinking about maybe a whole unit. You probably have someone working for you, so you need to be sure that they're working well as well. You're supervising other people. So you basically need managerial skills, quite all right, but you also need a shift in your mindset. And you're also closer to top management. And remember, at top management, you're not thinking about the whole organization. It's not just about your unit. You're thinking, how does my action impact another part of the organization? Because there's no use being so great at what you do, but you're sort of killing the entire firm. So if you think about it as a progression to ownership, you're becoming more and more like an owner, and you have a bigger view of the organization you work for, as well as the industry. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you so much. So more questions are coming in, but because people didn't ask questions on time, I'm going to ask my own second one, then we can rush through the other people's question. So when I moved to management, sort of struggle in the beginning, right? And I because it takes a different, as you said, it takes a different mindset to do the work and to manage people that do the work, right? So I would like you to just, if you can spend like a minute to talk about the common pitfalls for new managers and how to quickly outgrow them as fast as possible.
Okay, thanks. So I would say, the first thing that comes to mind, for new managers is that you're still behaving like that task-oriented, employee. You just want to tick the box, So let's just play a scenario. Let's think about a factory. Now, the early stage guy is the guy that works in the factory, and his job is to basically ensure that the line, the production line is moving. That there's no disruption to the production line. That's his job. But he becomes a manager and is now responsible for this section of the factory, not just for the production line, but for the people, for the products and all of that. So, but because he hasn't changed his mindset, he's still sort of fixated on ensuring that the production line is working effectively. He then forgets to, before now, he doesn't need to read his email often, but now that the manager, he forgot to read his email and he didn't realize there's an instruction that there's a special order from a client and you need to change the product we're producing. So think about it, it's gone on for 2 days, producing the wrong thing. Is it being efficient? Yes, because the production line is working perfectly, but it's producing the wrong product. So sometimes we get into that situation where you're still working hard, but you're working hard at the wrong thing, or you're working hard at the right thing the wrong way. So that's one of the things that come to mind. The second thing that comes to mind is that as you move up in an organization, the organization expects you to think about the bigger picture. And for most organizations, the bigger picture is the returns, is the profit of the firm. Now, of course, if you work in the NGO space, or if you work in the education space and for a public university, the end goal is clearly different. But if you take the typical private sector organization, it's are we making money and are we doing better? And you're expected to think about that a whole lot more. And guess what? There's still tons of middle managers that are not thinking that way. A lot of middle managers are still focused on their work. However, the middle managers that make a difference in their career and that are able to move faster to top management are people that can say, okay, yes, I'm a middle manager, but I'm going to think like a top manager. I'm going to think about the firm. I'm going to think about the firm's results. So even if I'm in customer service, I would think about selling. I would think about the firm making money.
Thank you so much, sir. So there are a bunch of questions. I'm only going to be allowed to ask about 1 or 2, but I would love if you, after your session, if you can just help us type the answers back to the people. It's on your Q&A side. Please help us. So I'm going to take one quickly, and it's saying that as a new employee in an organization, is it possible to ask too many questions?
Okay, well, so I would say the answer to this question is yes and no. Is it possible to ask too many questions? The answer is yes, because you might actually be annoying someone, a particular person. Okay, but the answer is no, because it's in the organization's interest that you ask as many questions as you can, even if they sound stupid. So what I would say to you, James, it's that as a new employee in an organization, you need to ask all of your questions, but you need to bring some intelligence into the process of getting those questions answered. So some of those questions you need to ask yourself, am I asking at the right time? So think about the person you're asking. Am I asking at the right time? In fact, am I asking the right person? Or is there some resource that if I pick it up and read it, I will get answer to my question? So I think it's extremely important that all your questions are answered, but you need to think about how you ask it, who you ask them from, and when you ask those questions. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take a question from Stephen Tochukwu. Stephen Tochukwu, stop abbreviating, please. Always write in full when you're in a gathering like this. So when you have people with the same qualification unemployed, what motivates you? Meanwhile, having a job that pays you now and trying to make it in your career, is that mutually exclusive to building your career? Because I'm moving from insurance risk underwriter to HR. Did you get the abstraction of that question?
I'm trying, so I'm reading it as well. So when you have people with same qualification employed, so there are a couple of people, they have the same qualifications, but they're all unemployed.
Yeah, so there are two questions. So the first one is that if you are among the people that have the same qualification, they are not, and all of you are not employed at the same time, right? What will motivate you to be able to keep trying and not just give up? That's the first side of the question. Okay. Based on my understanding. The second side of the question is that if you have a job that pays you right now, right, but it's not what you want to do in your career, how do you balance it? Or do you just continue in that old path and keep hoping that there'll be light at the end of the tunnel? I hope I got the question right.
Yeah, thanks. For your superb at interpreting questions. Okay, so so to the first part, about a couple of people are unemployed and they've been trying and they haven't been able to just sort of break into employment. I would say one, you have to keep dreaming about the future that you want for yourself. But that's starting point. But beyond dreaming, you need to take a step back and ask yourself, is there something I'm doing wrong? Is there something I can do differently? So I think that introspection, it's important. The third thing I would say is you need to talk to people. You need to just have open conversations with people, people around you, and most unemployed people, you will have people around you. It could be in family people, it could be church, it could be in neighborhood. Just sort of go to people that you can trust, not necessarily like overly trust, actually, people that you think will tell you the truth, and just, hear that truth, and just in case the problem, because sometimes when you're unemployed, the problem is you, or at other times, the problem has nothing to do with you, it's with the environment, but, having those conversations will help. So that's what I would say there. On the second question, where you're getting paid in something that you don't think is the best thing for you, or you want something else, and you're wondering, should I shift or should I continue to do what I do? So it's a difficult situation to be in, I must say, and there will be different answers for different people. But I'm just going to walk through a couple of scenarios. I think career shifts are easier, are easier either at the when you're younger, and young is relative, right? Because it's just a number. Career shifts are easier when you're younger or very, very old. There's a mid stage of your life where you have expenses, you have family, you need to pay for school fees, you need to do all of those things. That the practicality of your life might not necessarily support, going to a lesser paying job, and that's understandable. But I would say, generally, for most things in life, you need to sacrifice something. So sometimes what you need to sacrifice is a good paying job, and it's not always the case. And in some other cases, you need to find if the reason, because sometimes the reason why people want a change is not really career. It's because how do I put it? So you're working, you're being paid well. The industry you're in is not like you hate it, but you just sort of think, no, I like this other thing better. One of the questions you need to ask yourself is that other thing that I like, can I get it done outside 9 to 5, career? And so if yes, maybe you can have the best of both worlds. Of course, for other people, it's that other career actually has better promises in terms of, future income, future profile, and all of that. And but if it's just really, oh, I love this, then you want to explore, getting it outside, an everyday career. So again, I know I've said, different things that might sound conflicting, but it's because, that question does not have a single answer. Okay.
Thank you so much for doing justice to that nuanced question. So this is where we will stop for this particular session. Please, sir, help us find time to type the answers to the folks that have sent their questions. And we really, really do appreciate you. I've learned a lot, even though I'm in mid-level, but I've learned so much from this particular session. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
So I want to welcome Mr. Praise to take it over.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, sir. Amazing. Baba Femi, you're enjoying Mr. Ayokunle so much that you didn't want us to ask the people, you want to ask the people their question. No worries, we are bringing him in for the mentors session. He will be mentoring us as we mentor people. So we're having lots of sessions with him at Valley Dreams. It's someone that we really respect, and we believe that he has a lot. He's filled with so much of wisdom that if you hang around him, sometimes I intend to call him for 5 minutes and we're talking for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour, so there's so much wisdom to glean from him. So we'll definitely be having more of him in Valley Dreams for those of us who are mentors in Valley Dreams, who are organizers as well. So yeah, so about Femi, you have more of him very soon. Yes, and we're moving to, we have just 2 people speaking and we'll call it a day. And they are very short. So we're looking at closing by 2:15. So for those of us who are still on the call, we really appreciate you hanging on, but I am sure that you have been learning a whole lot. Yes, so the next person is Ololade. Ololade works with MTN. She's a financial analyst, I guess, with MTN. She's a corporate finance analyst, and she's an amazing person. So I'm sure you will learn from her. She's going to be telling us our story, really the career journey so far, the challenges that she's faced, lessons that she's learned, and the principles behind her decisions that she has made, and all of that. So guys, I don't know how you're going to clap. So you're going to do the e-clapping and welcome with me, Ololade Adebisi, Ololade Adebisi, sorry. Some people don't like it when you shorten their name in any way. So welcome with me, Ololade Adebisi. Thank you guys. All the claps.
Thank you. Opeyemi, please. I don't know if everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ololade. Thank you for staying with us up until now. And I hope you've enjoying yourself so far. And yeah, so I'm here to just give you my story, right? A little bit of my story. And I don't know if the slide, can you put up the slide, please? Or should I put it up myself?
You are free to do that at your end as well.
Okay. 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 I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Can you help us make it full screen?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it better?
Yes, it is. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon once again, everybody. My name is Ololade and Ololade Adebisi, right? And I'll be here telling you my story. So an overview, right? I studied accounting from the University of Lagos, right? And wonderful experience there. So, and after school, right? So after my university days, I had a gap year, right? I didn't get a job immediately. and I'll be, so you'll be asking me, I face some challenges there trying to get my first job. And that's why I'm really happy where this is coming to you guys, especially at this time, because it just helps you avoid some pitfalls early enough, right? And start your career with a good start, right? So coming from this, so my gap year, so after NYC, I didn't get my first ever interview or job. I went for one of the big fours then. So I just did GMAT, and I just went into the I went for the test. I didn't do anything. I just said, we can cruise this, right? That was my idea then. And I went for the test, and I was shocked, right? When I went for the test, I really did not know anything about how it was done. I didn't do research. I didn't do background work. And when I got there, I was shocked because it was not even GMAT. It was general knowledge, basic things, current affairs. I can't even remember seeing math or English in that test. And the thing about it is I was shocked. And from there till I got home, I really did not understand, because I just felt book smart was enough for everything, and after I did that, I was unsettled about it. So after that, then I told myself that the most important thing about going for a job test, right, is to actually do my background check. Ever since then, every test or interview I'm going for, I go online, research about the company, core values and everything is important. But the next most important thing for me was their test, right, and how they structure their interviews. Some of these companies are structured and they follow it over time. So I learned how to always do a check, constant check, and ensure that I kept to it. So coming from all of this learning, so I thought it was a gap year. So what I did then was that I was able to, in the meantime, I started my ICANN. I started my ICANN before doing my NYSC. So what I did was I just continued the program and I ran with it. So that's one of the lessons I learned. I was free at that time, but I had to make the best use of my time, right? At that time, that space, to ensure that every time, free time was best used. I think that was it. So the next thing I worked, so coming out of this learning is my next for the Access Bank. I remember doing a lot of tests, going online, doing check, the pay grade, the levels and steps to it. Proper research cannot be underestimated, right? So I got my job with Access Bank, then financial control. Then when I got that job, I was able to, I got to get this. I know I had an accounting background with ICANN. So I found out that I really did not like accounting that much. It wasn't interesting to me. I found looking at past numbers quite not so interesting, basically. So I liked I saw a bit of finance and I enjoyed it, right? And I wanted that. And that's what inspired and pushed me to take my CFA journey, right? So I started my CFA journey, and I think Opeyemi was saying something earlier that if you want to do a career switch, you have to prepare, So I had to prepare. I saw that I did not want to do accounting anymore. I wanted to switch to finance, core finance. So what I did was I started preparing, So I started my CFA journey, and I started applying to finance roles, So even if I was not in the core finance, I had something on edge, right, which was my exams that I was writing, and I'm currently a level 3 candidate there. So after that, I was able to leverage on these things to get the next role with MTN. So I remember my MTN test right then. It was when I wrote the test, it was quite unique because it was there were things I learned from my knowledge, right? Preparing for finance stuff, and through the CFA journey helped me with all of that. So that was stuff with MTN. Then what next? So what next for me? It's also to prepare for the next stage, watch out for that space. So the next one I'll be highlight or summary, because we don't want to spend too much time, is key points from just a storyline, right, that I brought out. So I'll be the gap year story I said earlier, right? That was just a significant story I mentioned about the test I went for. Proper research cannot be underestimated. I did not know that before I went for some of those job tests, and I was shocked. And it's not just to be shocked, but take proper lessons from that. And ensure that you learn from it. You know, that's it. So another thing I think I struggled with job test, I found that, you know, dealing with that part was the job test. Another part was the interview. Confidence was a part of a big deal for me. I had self-doubt and confidence. I was not bold enough doing interviews. So I think one of the things one of the principles I set to help me was to talk to myself, to desire why I wanted it in the first place, right? I had a desire to strive for more, right? So I was not, when I get those roles, I go for interviews, I get shakier. They won't pick you, you're not qualified, you don't measure up, you know. I tell myself why I wanted that in the first place, you know, because most of times the desires or the reason why you wanted it pushes you, right? Especially when sometimes you don't doubt yourself. These are the things that push you. So self-doubt, one of the challenges I faced, right? And you just talk to yourself over and over again. You know, Ayokunle was talking about the spiritual parts, especially parts where you don't, where you need a power higher than yourself to help you through, you know. Praying, you know, speaking to yourself, believing in those things can help you come out of it, you know, and it's born out of a desire to want more and want it in the first place. So the next challenge I think I know I faced was transition. You know, I spoke about how I did not want accounting any longer, and I wanted to move to the core finance space. You know, I saw what I saw that I could try out that space. You know, we spoke about earlier that you don't even know what you like initially. You try out some things before you know. But I knew I tried accounting. I knew I did not see myself in that space for a long time. So I realized that early enough and I needed to transition. And the CFA journey helped me, right? I had to sit down to realize what things could push me in that line. The CFA helped me to open up a new role with the corporate finance role I am presently with in MTN. So, and you know, the principle I would encourage us to imbibe is make the best use of our free time. You know, that's gap year I said earlier on. You know, finishing school like immediately. Sometimes, some people don't get jobs immediately. Don't just sit around. You know, take professional exams if you have to. Learn a language, learn something. You know, just something that is of value. And sometimes these things add up in future and make up for things. Don't get too comfortable. One of the principles I had to learn, you know, I realized in Access then I was, okay, you know, learning and living from things you've learned, things you know, where you've mastered things, you've acquired expertise. Living it can be quite shaky and uncomfortable, but you have to, the desire, what you wanted, the desire that pushed you in the first place to want more, you know, everything just comes together. It's like a whole space, right? Don't get too comfortable. So then the learnings, one of the key things I think from my story is add pertinent skills to your portfolio. You know, sometimes some jobs require languages. Like I had to learn, for me, I started learning how to speak French, but in basic level, but I realized that there's some jobs, right, in the nearest future that language might be an important factor for you. So learn some things now, you know, and I think earlier with Olayinka's stuff, opportunity, or someone said opportunity meets preparation, you know. So you have to be prepared such that when the opportunity comes, you can match it and you make a very good deal out of it and come out on top. And for the last one, the interpersonal relationship, you know, which I openly spoke about being a personable partner, you know. People are very important in the career journey. I cannot overemphasize it, because when the right people are with you, right? When you make yourself approachable to people, you make yourself open to people, and you connect well with people, things just tend to flow easily. You know, when you get, even when you're a junior person role to a managerial role, you know, these are skills you need to acquire, you know. So learning the skills such that when the opportunity comes, you are prepared for it, and using that also opportunity presented by the right set of people. So yeah, that's like all of the recap or summary of my story, you know, and I hope you enjoyed it. And And thank you for having me once again. Thank you, guys.
Because there was a lot of learning point there. Thank you so much, Ololade. It was awesome, awesome, awesome. You know, in our chat, some ladies are already giving you high five, 100%. I said, this is hashtag women supporting women, right? All right, so Ololade, that was awesome. Thank you so much. The part of the just shines brighter.
Thank you very much.
Shine brighter. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. So clap, you can give and he applaud for Ololade. Yeah, so let's appreciate Ololade. Yeah, so we're having Mojisola Olorunfemi next. Mojisola Olorunfemi is a wealth manager with FBNQuest, and she's an amazing lady as well. She has from Unilag. So there are a lot of Unilag people here, come on. And I might know I've noticed as well that there were a lot of Yinkas as well. Too many Yinkas at the start. There's one Yinka Tanimomo, there's Yinka Edu, there's Yinka Oni, there's Olayinka Oyetunji. I'm like, what's up? What is happening here? You know, so the next person is Mojisola Olorunfemi. I don't know if Moji is around. Moji, can you put on your camera and share your screen?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
yes,
great.
I am.
So the stage is yours right now. Take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a very wonderful session. Wonderful. I've gained a lot. And thank you so much, Opeyemi, for the opportunity to share my story. So I'll go on to share my screen now. And so I just put down a few things just so that sorry, it's coming up. Yeah. Can you see my screen now? Okay. Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
My screen? Okay.
Yes, you can see.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So without wasting much time, I'll just, I just put down a little, just so that at least I'm on track and, I'll be sure that, I pick everything that I need to discuss. So yes, I graduated from the University of Lagos. I read cell biology and genetics. I graduated in the year 2006, yeah. And I graduated with a first class in cell biology. And one thing was, so I'll make it brief really because, it's, of course, it's been a journey and I put it as my unique career story, because I know that from everything that, all the speakers have talked about today, we have, there are a lot of similarities. It's just that, your journey is unique to you. What has happened, the experiences, the challenges, along the journey as well. So graduating from cell biology, going for my service here, I served in Gombe State, far away, up north, In fact, when they posted me to Gombe, I was like, where is that place? I had to go and check the map of Nigeria just to be sure, where I'm going to. And so that's really started from, taking charge of my future, what I'm going to become and all that. I think I would say that it started from when I went for my service because, I got into Unilag, I wanted to become a medical doctor. I couldn't get it, then I went into sciences. But one thing I told myself is, even if I'd been given Yoruba to study in Unilag, I must ensure that I get the best results. Because that's, that was what helped me, through school and all that. And, service here, well, I was still saying that, okay, with my results, I'll get scholarship, go continue with my MSc and all that, but, that was not the story. A lot of things happened. But I won't go into that now so that at least, I'll be able to, maximize the time that I have. So then from there, after service, I came back to Lagos. While we were still serving, well, I was still thinking I would do my MSc, then, go abroad and all that. But, that was what I had in mind. And one of my friends said, Moji, what is wrong with you? Why are you feeling like, that you just don't want to do anything? Why not just try this bank test and all that? Then I went into... Then I just applied to Intercontinental then, and I did the test and all that. In fact, I got the job while I was still serving. So immediately after service, of course, I entered the job and I started. But trust me, one of the things I had in mind is, okay, Moji, this is where you are now. You still think you can switch to do MSc and all that. Then I started doing my ACCA. I was like, no, anywhere I am, I need to just, just keep, improving myself. Let me upskill. I found myself in this industry. Let me see what I can do so that I'll be relevant. So I started my ACCA journey and I did ACCA. So I'm a chartered accountant, yeah. So then I would say that maybe it wasn't a mistake going into banking and all that for me, but I would say that part of the setback, which of course God restored for me eventually, was, in the banking industry, because, I entered it, I was doing it and all that. Of course, as a young graduate, you are earning so well and, you feel that, yes, you have arrived. I was still doing my exams, of course. But, a time came and I just, I took stock of my life and I felt that, no, Moji, you are not moving, at the pace you should move. So what have you done? What have you done? I took analysis and I was like, no, I've not done anything. I became so worried and something is to give. So I remember that day, I was still preparing for my ACCA and I went to read somewhere, the library somewhere, and a guy also came to read. I think the guy is my friend now. He was preparing for his ICANN then and all that. We got talking. And I just said, come on, guy, are they not taking a CV in your office or something and all that? Because the guy was working with one investment bank then. And I said, okay, you know what, let me just share my CV. And I shared my CV, and within all my recruitment, from when I did my test, my interviews and everything, was exactly 1 month. And that was how I switched from the bank, from the commercial bank. But one thing that happened was that, from the commercial bank, switching to the investment management space or something, it wasn't that easy. You know why? Because I was learning so well at the bank. Then coming into that space, of course, they will look at my experience. Have you worked in this industry before and all that and the rest of that? And I looked at the offer letter. The money they offered me was, much lower than what, I was earning in the bank and all that. And I was like, God, what am I going to do? I'm not sure, money is very important. I was telling myself, money is very important. I know I need to build a career, but money is very important. And that was the role that a mentor played for me at that point. I went to one of my mentors and I just said, see what is happening to me. I got this, yes, I want this job, but I will have to start, they will train me for some time before I could even think about, promotion or something and all that. I was worried that I'm going with, with a lesser pay, but I needed this. And the man just scribbled something for me. I will show it on the next slide, and I won't talk so much on that now, so that at least perhaps the participants can also, just tell me what you think about it. So that was the role. So first of all, from what happened, how I got the job, it was through someone that we had come to, to the same place to read. So that's networking. Then secondly, the place of a mentor. When I became confused, I didn't know what to do, whether to decline the offer, because I tell myself that money is very important. Why am I working? Of course, money is motivation and all that. And when he did the analysis to me, and I thank God that I took the offer, I went for the job, because I can tell you that, okay, that was in 2016, yeah. And I can tell you that the growth I've had between 2016 and now, if I've had that, from the beginning of my career, perhaps maybe I'm already a director, or maybe let me just say, I'm even already an executive director or a CEO of, of one very great company and all that, because, it's like, it was, the growth has been exponential since that time. The value is, more than 1000%, I can tell you. So that was what, a mentor did for me at that point. And up to today, I'm so grateful, for taking that issue to the person and, and even, taking the advice and, running with it. So what are the lessons I've learned and the principles behind my decision? So I'll go to the next slide, and I've just listed some things here, some points. So first of all, before I proceed, this is just, a diagram, a picture, and I'm having, a mountain on the right and another one on the left, and in between is a valley. So you can just drop it in the chat room, what you think. If I'm on the left, if I'm on one side of the mountain and I'm trying to actually cross to the other one, how do you think I'll go? How do you think I will? Just drop it for me. I want to know what you think I would do. If you are on one side of the mountain, you're trying to just, get to the other one. Please, I'm waiting for your responses. What do you think I will do? Hello? I've not seen anything. Okay. Hello, okay. I'm not seeing any chat from. Okay, said it before. Go down the foot of it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yes, exactly. I will come down and then go up again. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So that was exactly my story. Moving from the commercial bank, yes, I was getting, yes, of course, good pay and all that. And now, and that was exactly what my mentor illustrated to me. He just brought out a piece of paper when I went to see him there and drew that and said, Moji, how will you go? So that was exactly the story. I came down from the mountain and went into the valley there, I came up again. As at that time I was taking that decision, I didn't know this is how it's going to be. I didn't know, what would be the end result. I didn't know if I would, but I will tell you that, getting into the company, within 6 months, I was promoted. Within another 6 months, I was promoted again. I got 2 promotions while I was still at the other company, before I moved to the other one. So what are the things that will keep us going, Now you're a graduate, you're in your final year and all that. If you're a graduate already, you don't have a first class, that's not the end of the road. If you have a tutor, we still have some, third class people that are doing excellently well in their career. So it's not the end of it. So you're the one that will take ownership, of what you want to be. And these are the things I've said. I said resilience, you need resilience. You need to be focused. Discipline is another thing, because there's nothing that you set your minds to do that you will achieve if you are not disciplined. I'm also writing CFA and I'm on my level 2, because you also need to keep upskilling. You need to, it's something that you need to keep doing. You are there, how can you be relevant where you are? If you are looking for the next manager, the person that will manage this team and all that, and they put down the list of qualified candidates, are you qualified? Do you even have the skills, and the requirements that, that are required for that particular role? So you need to keep developing yourself. That's the upskilling part. You need to, even as you are entering now, you're an entry level, start, helping yourself even on leadership. That will speed up your growth, your career growth. It will be as if, you have done a magic. You have not done anything. You have just focused your time, on doing things that you feel are relevant to you and to your career. So determination is one of it. What do you want to achieve? What is it? What do you want to achieve? Look at your career goal. In the next 2-3 years, where do I want to be? What do I want to become? What are the things I need to do to get there? Those are the things that you also need to be checking. The relationship that we cannot, a lot of people have spoken here. Ayokunle spoke about relationship. Ololade also, a lot of people that you need is a currency that you need. You need that relationship. You need to be a personable person. You need to relate with people. Your relationship with people should be spot on. I will just say a small story of what's happened, in my company just last year and all that. There was a manager, that wasn't approachable at all and all that, and a lot of complaints and all that went to the management and all that on that manager. Even people under her, they got demotivated. They are not doing what they're expected to do. Okay, fine. They said, we are sorry, you are not doing well, you are not managing people very well, you don't even have good relationship with them. And they asked that to go. They put someone else. Now that person, yes, great, a very great person. Now they assess they did an assessment of their performance within that time that they asked the other person to go, and when a new person, took over. And, everyone, they met all their lines, everything, they did excellently well. So, that is where relationship comes in, as a leader, even as you are going, as you are going into the job, the workplace now, it's something that you should start building, because that will help you. And I used to tell you, because eventually, definitely, you have become managers. You should become a manager that, your subordinates, they want to work and achieve just because they don't want to see you fail. That should be your goal as a manager. You know, your subordinates will work. They will be anywhere. They will want to support you. They're not working to deliver on their own KPIs or whatever targets or anything that they've given them. They're just looking at you that if we fail, this woman will fail. We don't want that woman to fail, that man to fail. So that should be, you know, when you are dealing with people, when you are leading people, that's the level that you should get with them. And that will really help you, you know, as you are going. So leadership is very important. The preparation also. I think Ololade also spoke about preparation. Anywhere you are called for an interview and all that, you need profiling. I'll call that profiling. For me, it is profiling. I'm great at profiling. Anything. If I in my office, or like, have you asked me, anything you ask me to do, I want to meet you as a person, or maybe you just sent something to me on Valid Dreams or something. I've gone to check what is Valid Dreams, what is it about, what do they do, who is this person, what does she do? Profiling is very key, and that is also talking about preparation. You are going for an interview, you should know everything about a company. You are going for a test or something. Call someone that perhaps check LinkedIn, someone that works in that company or that is working in that organization. Okay, you've done their test before. What are the kind of things that you think that they will ask, the interviews and all that? That's profiling. Knowing them, knowing the people is very important. Then we are talking about God. Thank God that, you know, other people also spoke about your spirituality. It's very important. You cannot be someone that sits on the fence. You cannot be a lukewarm person. You have to know God, because, you know, that's where what they call, you know, people say, it's grace. That's where God's grace comes in. Because there are times that you put in all these efforts, but you are not even seeing any results. That is where God's grace, that's where it comes in. That is what will see you through any height that you want to attain. And then there are times that you have challenges. I've been challenged in my job also before that. Then I was in the bank, I was in Diamond Bank, because I worked with the Intercontinental Access, then Diamond, then before I came to Meristem, then I'm with FBNQuest currently. You know, I worked with a very nasty, as in a nasty boss, that I was like, God, what is happening? There are times I will get home now. I will just, you know, in my subconscious, I won't know I'm saying it. I'll say, I will just resign. I was ready to resign, even without having any job at hand. Like, I was tired. So what are the things that will help you at that period when those challenges come? It is God. Your level of spirituality, how far you've gone. That's, you know, we cannot talk much, overemphasize on that one. It is something that is key. That is the, you know, the pillar of everything that we've discussed about. These are just, you know, some of the numerous, you know, things, the skills, everything that you need to have for you to be successful. And that's my story. I know, well, with the mentoring session that is continuous, I'll be mentoring some people, and I know that, you know, about the mentoring scheme, I'll still be able to share more of my story because of course, that's just a very small, a summary of everything. And I thank you all so much. Thank you for being part of this event. I'm sure you've also learned so much, because I've learned a lot as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And that's all from my hand. I thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Moji. That was a great one. Thank you so much. Yes, so Mr. Odia, let's administer the questionnaire, then we close the curtain for the day. We're starting tomorrow. So we're starting tomorrow 10 a.m. So let's have Mr. Odia administer the questionnaire. Then Mr. Yinka will draw the curtain, and we meet tomorrow 10 a.m.
All right, hi everyone. Hope you're enjoying the session so far, so good. Please, hope you've enjoyed the session, and I know you've gained a lot as well. So we are trying to also learn from you. So we need you to please help us fill this questionnaire that we've prepared. It's a very short one, so we need your input so that we can also learn how to improve the program and ensure that the next one that we have is better than this one. So please, it's a very short one. It won't take you more than, say, 2 minutes to complete, so that we also get insight into what we need to do better, what we need to improve on. And let's see how that goes. Please let me know if you're having trouble with the link, or if it's not opening, or if there are issues. Okay. Please, if you've been able to fill the questionnaire, can I just get a signal from you if you've been able to get to the questionnaire? Okay, I'm seeing a question. It says, yeah, so for now you can just put today. I mean, we're still having the session tomorrow as well. So we'll see what we can do. Change. So I mean, if you enjoy it, you can always choose today. Then tomorrow, if you feel tomorrow was better, so change that. Okay, so just to also let you know, the session is starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So please make sure you are here by 10. All right, we're getting the responses now. Okay, so just a couple more minutes before I pass it back to Opey to round up.
We're good. Are you good? Odia, are we good, Odia?
Yes, we are. So let's
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I think we can call it a wrap there. Please, if you still have friends who haven't filled it, you can share the link with them so that they're also able to provide feedback. So thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Odia. Thank you so much, Odia. Amazing, Odia. So let's have Mr. Tanimomo draw the curtain for today. Yeah.
All right, everyone. So I'm sure you had a very nice day. I'm sure you've learned a lot of things. But like we always tell people, events don't change people, don't make people. The decisions that you make out of the things you learn from that event are the things that will actually change you. So make a conscious decision. Everything you've learned today, start putting them into action today, immediately. You know, so and we've had so many great speakers here today. I'll just quickly mention their name, and we'd just like to say a big thank you to every one of them. And we had Mr. Mayowa Ojo, which is a product manager at Sterling Bank. We had Mrs. Yinka, partner at Udoma. We had Mr. Yinka, Chief Digital Officer at Sterling Bank. We had Mrs. Yinka Oyetunji, CFA Financial Analyst. We had Mr. Ayokunle Ojo. We had Julie Sims. We had Ololade Adebisi from Corporate Finance, MTN. We had Convener Odia, Senior Associate at Ernst & Young. We had Mojisola Olorunfemi. And then, of course, we had Frank Inamka. And so we've had all these great speakers. And I just want you to just bomb the chat right now. Just drop a message, drop an emoji in appreciation for them giving out the time and to just share out of their wisdom and their experience. So in the chat, just drop an emoji, a clap, a hug, a message, something to say how they've helped you today, and just appreciate them. Of course, not forgetting the team that put together this, from the convener, Mr. Opeyemi, to the moderators, Mr. Femi Faule, and to every other person. This has been really, really great and impactful. And lastly, of course, I want you to just make sure you appreciate yourself. Thank you for staying this long. But I'm sure that the things that you learned will impact on you longer than this. So this event doesn't end today. It continues tomorrow. And as we've announced, it's going to start by 10 a.m. So please come early, come by the drop of 10. Yeah, I know it's Zoom, so we don't have problem of the hall being too full, but please still come early by 10. And please share the link with your friends. You can share the website with them. They can still register, I believe, but if not, you can share the Zoom link directly with them. We still have quite a lot of things scheduled for tomorrow. We still have people that will also share their own stories, and you can just learn from. We still have a tech recruiter from Sterling Bank scheduled for tomorrow. We still have somebody from Facebook Meta, Facebook now Meta, scheduled for tomorrow. We still have senior associates from Ernst & Young scheduled for tomorrow, talking about various things, how to ace job interviews, a lot of things, navigating your way to the top in your career, because believe me, getting a job is the easiest part of it. Staying in a good job and getting promoted in that job and meeting all your career aspirations is also sometimes even more difficult. So you want to learn from people who have done these things and who have been able to climb to the top of their careers. So please share this link with at least 2 friends before tomorrow. Remind a friend that has registered. It starts by 10. Tomorrow is Saturday, so we'll all have time to join. So I want to say thank you for just making our time to attend today. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest part of your day. All right, so thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Bye.
Right, so mentors and speakers, please let's just wait a little bit behind and just have a conversation as regards tomorrow. It's going to be very brief, like 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes. So let's wait for participants to drop off the call, and then we'll quickly have like a small conversation. Thank you, guys.